I'm not hungry.
I'm really not. I've been hungry. But he was. I only had 2 sleep.
How many sodas you drank? Since this morning. I was waiting for this week. But no, it's the first I've had in the last hour.
Yeah.
Of course.
Cautiously.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad.
I like Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson's fine. Everything else about it bad. Talking about the Naked Gun movie. It's not the same directors. And that's like saying Airplane 2, it's a sequel to Airplane 1. It's going to be just as good.
Oh, it was okay.
No, it was not the same directors. When the executives said, we'll give you a larger budget, but now you're going to have to follow, like, do what we say for the movie, they said no and they left. And then somebody else made the movie.
Yeah.
So it was different type of stupid humor. The humor from Airplane is what went into Naked Gun. Those are the same directors. So, and I'm glad that they left because they went in to go make that. No, and it's because it's Seth MacFarlane that I know that it's not going to be trying to be like Naked Gun. It's trying to be more modern and a little bit more cringy humor, and that's not what Naked Gun was.
Maybe Seth MacFarlane's a gruff person.
It's just the whole main intro of that trailer I didn't like. The outro part definitely had more feelings of the original, where it feels like you're in a weird manipulation of the real world, where like there's no jokes written. It's all just straight face, pure comedy. That first beginning part felt way out of line for what they would normally be in a Naked Gun.
It might bring some good humor from the possible.
But I wouldn't even say like the Orville had decent humor, but it wasn't written as, it was kind of written as a comedy, but it got the best when it took out that, went more serious, but then still mixed in the comedy.
That's kind of what Naked Gun is.
Naked Gun is about,
very serious.
Naked Gun is purely a comedy that is just straight face the whole time. Yeah. Liam Neeson probably to me was the best person for the role in today's whatever, because you can't pull in a comedian. The whole idea was to pull in a serious actor. Liam Neeson is perfect in that sense. He understands comedy, and the fact that his name sounds very similar.
It's just fun.
And but the one thing I am glad with that movie is that they are not just doing, let's reboot it.
Yeah.
They're doing it like it's his grandson or his son or something. That I appreciate. They're like the little OJ joke at the end was probably the best joke that they did during that, when like they're all praising their old like grandpa or whatever, and then there's OJ's like, nah. Like, okay, that was pretty good, because I think they said when OJ had that whole car chase scene, Naked Gun 3 was in the theaters for like his third day, so literally it was bad timing,
really bad timing.
So yeah, but that's what ended up, why that joke was funny. That I'm okay with. That was a good joke, but all like that whole intro bit of the bank robbing was horrible and stupid. I thought that was like already giving me bad vibes. It just didn't feel like a Naked Gun. It felt cringy.
I'm hoping. I don't know if it is.
I'm a joke. Got it. Sure. I do need to go grab a drink though.
How y'all doing? I missed you. I missed you last Tuesday. What?
You got a lot.
I've been sick. I'm good now. Okay. Oh. Oh. I am cautiously optimistic. that I am relatively healthy again. Woo! Health. The cold second wind. Dude, it's been... Not even been like... been above standard. Sunset, you are absolutely right. That's how all the medicine my grandparents ever had growing up, living out in West, whatever they gave the animal, but it was also. I'm dependable doctor. All by handing dead people. And there's the people who don't want to go to the doctor. Essentially just being dead.
I was at my boss's retirement party today, and they had a picture of him that he said was 3 days out of college with him working on a project that was from 1980, like June or something. And everybody was at the table. I'm like, I wasn't even born yet. And the one guy's like, shut up. I was in a room with a lot of people that were well older than me. Like, these are the people that have already retired, like a good amount of them. So, very different from when I'm in the group with the friends.
Like hanging out in that group.
You can barely hear you, Michael. I know. That's
what? I know.
I turned him up. You're at a volume higher than me.
Okay.
You're very.
I hear myself fine.
Yeah, you're way higher than me. Yeah, your boost is also much higher.
You sure not boosting yourself? You ain't got them swapped.
I'm very certain I don't have a swap because I had it turned off.
All right.
Before.
Well, they weren't watching when I wasn't here.
Okay, well, let me know if that's better. I have him turned up, I would say probably 10 decibels more than me.
What if I play with this thing?
No, don't.
I want to.
If you set the -20 to 0, it will literally just become fuzz.
You want a ghost fact? Pretty sure I lost my ghost last weekend. I think it fell out. Had to retrieve it. That can happen, you know. That's the thing. If you cough hard enough, your ghost will fall out, and you'll hallucinate magical flying dinosaurs until it comes back, and that's your ghost fact.
I love how you love to talk about the things in your life
What
that are absolutely like, wow, Michael, you should see a doctor. And you're like, ha 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 ha. But then you refuse to do anything about it, which doesn't make any sense because why would you bring it up if you didn't want people to say something about it? No, you're doing it because it's self-depreciating humor that you think that somebody's going to find entertainment in, when actually at a point they're kind of like, no, Michael, this is serious. And you're like, no, I'm going to ignore it, but I'm going to tell you more about it.
It's already resolved. It's resolved.
It's like saying like, oh, I was shot, but the wound's already healed over.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave the bullet there.
The bullet's not there. There's no concern. It's no concern.
Michael's got 17 bullets in him.
I do.
See, you just you said you didn't have a bullet in you. Now you're saying you do. Make up your mind. But do ghost babies grow up to be an adult ghost?
Yeah, I think you're probably
Oh wait.
referencing the baby.
Oh yeah, you mentioned once before that if a ghost dies, then there's like a second layer of ghost.
Double ghost. Yeah.
Yeah, double ghost, which means that they grow old and they die. Then they go to second ghost, and I'm guessing third ghost and fourth ghost.
No, the only way you die is like get second ghost is that like somebody has to exercise you, like make you exercise, like do sit-ups as a ghost, and then
Gotta work
that'll
your
kill
ghost
you.
abs?
Yeah, you don't want ghosts don't have abs for a reason. I mean, they don't want their ghost hearts to give out.
So you guys know, Michael just gave you a free ghost fact.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I did. What am I doing?
Yeah, I
gonna be
just
valuing
goaded
those
you into
facts.
it. That's
You did.
anyway. For today, I didn't really think about what we were gonna do today until like 5 minutes ago. So there's two things we can either do some like emojis or whatever thingies. Otherwise, there is still more scenes from Fauna Equestria I need to make. Problem is, a lot of them require a little bit more detail than just like what I have on like these little like whatever thingies.
I remember things.
It's the more specific details of the shot, like not only who's in it, but what was going on, what does the area look like. That's the information that's more prominent. The one that I think might be required to do is the revival mega spell.
Yeah.
That sounds like hell to do. It sounds like an ordeal.
Just do it from inside of a trench, because that's the perspective we primarily got, was Apple Snack with his guts hanging out in the trench.
All of them were
dying.
always from the perspective of the memory orb. All of them were. But if you stick yourself to just looking through another person's eyes, that kind of limits your ability to use a camera.
But if you keep it in a trench, it does reduce the size. And he was in the trench with Big Macintosh.
But they also
dying.
But how did they know that the zebras came back?
They don't know until after the Mega Spell.
Yeah, but it was in that memory orb that's done.
Yeah, but
how did they know?
They can do it. You can do a scene before the Mega Spell, as the Mega Spell is going off. Which is just him starting to close his eyes. Big Macintosh hanging over him.
But I have 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Not enough time to do that and a mega spell. I didn't want to do the apple snack portion of it. I want to do the mega spell portion.
But the whole memory orb is from his perspective.
Yes, but none of the other ones are. None of the other ones I've done have been from that perspective.
You don't have to do it first person perspective. You
That's
can
what
just
I'm
do
talking
it
about.
from in the
Scratch
trench.
Web, for the resub.
Because the only thing we really know is Rainbow Dash is flying overhead with the shadow bolts.
Mm-hmm.
That Big Macintosh is in the trench, and he looks down and he sees Apple Snack. Apple Snack is basically gutted.
Yeah, I know all that parts. I know that parts. But I can't do a gutted pony.
Because YouTube.
Well, because YouTube and because I don't have a model of a gutted pony.
You just throw.
No, I'm not going to deal with that.
Organs on top.
I'd rather have the mega spell itself as like a something that happens, which I'd rather have it be from Fluttershy's perspective then or something, because she's there.
Yeah.
Doesn't somebody at the end say like, "What have you done?"
It's
it's Rainbow Dash.
It's Rainbow Dash.
Yeah, because like now we got to kill him again.
Yeah, it's Rainbow Dash.
Could be spaghetti. Like, oh no, my ragu. Because that one I know is a little easier to start now, because like I went through a lot of these, and like there's another one where Applejack's doing a speech, but I don't want to have 2 podium speeches.
Yeah.
That would be worthless.
You could just have Rainbow chastising Fluttershy after the Make a Spell. It's either the only 2 big events is that and the trench with Big Macintosh. And
it's the mega spell itself. That is a scene that has to be in here somewhere, because it's a big scene.
Well, that goes on as Apple Snack is dying. It focuses Apple Snack.
It focuses on Apple Snack, but I'm doing the memory orb scenes because that's the only ones we have of memories of what happened.
Yeah.
I don't have to do it from the perspective of.
Yeah.
You can kind of show like other people like just coming back to be zombies or something.
Well, they're not zombies.
Applejack sells her farm too.
Yeah.
That'd be like a whatever scene.
I don't think it was time at it after the war started.
That's the Sakura meeting. I'm gonna find the elevator accident. I already did that scene.
The elevator accident, I think they only ever tell you happened.
No, it's from memory or perspective. I think it happens from somebody else's perspective, yeah. But it's still somebody's told. The Rarity book, Applejack Sells the Farm, Pinky pranks Applejack with flutters. That one. Zakora carted away. Oh, that could work. Zakora being carted away, as I think
She's
whatever.
They want her as a double agent.
Oh, Rarity
They need
Blue
to give her
Blood
a good
Assassin Attempt. Another one that'd be good to do. But I want to start the Mega Spell one from anything. Where is the Mega Spell one? That's Rarity and Rainbow talking about the SPP. Rarity and Fluttershy crying in the spa.
That's
Rarity,
a good scene.
that would just be another one of like two horses sitting being depressed.
Well, they're hugging. Well, Fluttershy's crying, and if he turns around to Rarity, she's got this 1,000-yard stare. Because she just was told by her best friend. That,
oh yeah, no, that I know that's when all that happens. Rarity and Applejack Rainbow Grenade.
that one as well.
That's a pre-war Applejack Zakora murder. The death room description. Rarity dies. Twilight Trixie Alicorn agreement. Oh, that my computer. Why is the sleep so slick?
I have mine turned off.
I haven't shut that down here. Pinky talks with Pip. Rainbow explains the SPP. Rarity soul splitting. Where's the death one?
The death one?
The whole like Mega Spell one.
Oh.
I must have missed it. I feel like it's something that has to come towards the end.
Guess you just have to rely on my memory of the scene. They were all kissing, all the mares on the battlefield. It was passionate.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
That does make sense from yours. Like,
I remember
weirdly,
the battlefield was strewn with kissing mares. It was chaos.
I think it's in Project Horizons. No, it's not in Project Horizons. Twilight and Pinky are having a fight at the party.
Yeah, I remember.
That's Applejack doing her armor speech. Spike, that's the one where she gets really weird because she's not a horse. Zakora meeting, elevator, the murder, Apple Snack Resurrection. That's what it's called.
Okay, that makes sense. He essentially barely avoided death in that moment.
Yeah, usually the exposition at the beginning is either the battlefield was strewn with bloody corpses under a charcoal gray sky that heaved in threatened rain. So that makes sky easy and lighting easy.
I think the original version said smooching mares instead of bloody corpse. Gotta change.
Well, actually, the first word is death.
They were mad, deathly in love.
Yeah. The Applejack's memory. Particularly statuesque red stallion. Yeah, so I think at that normally there's not going to be too much information about what a scene looks like after the fact.
I mean, it's a trench warfare scene.
Yeah, which is fine. I don't know if I have a map for that, but I can check. If there was an actual like trench warfare scene, that'd be handy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then there's their fight. That was the first time they did a Mega Spell.
Yeah, well, it was the very first Mega Spell. It was what it was designed to be. It was a healing spell, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Used it once, and she was forbidden from using it because they basically had to fight the same fight twice. Because of it. It saved Apple Snack's life.
Was in that fight, were they winning or losing?
They had just basically won the fight.
Yeah, which means that now there was no organization. It was pure chaos.
It was pure chaos,
which is not what you want on a battlefield.
They had to win the fight all over again.
Yeah, but you at that point, even if there was a large cost, you would not want to fight a fight over again that you had won.
Rainbow was pissed.
She was.
She was probably already exhausted, and now she had to keep fighting.
But she does say, "Do you know how many ponies died here today?" Well, at that point, none.
Well, it didn't bring anybody who was dead back from the dead, but anybody who was severely injured, like Apple Snack was,
yeah,
it saved him.
Barely.
Yeah, he was death still.
Do they explain what the Mega Spell looks like?
I imagine it's just like a blue version.
No, it's not going to say because he was dying. He didn't see anything.
Yeah, but it's just going to be the same as the Balefire bombs, except healing instead of death.
I was just hoping to have a color.
I'd go with blue. That's just me.
It'd be really hard against a gray sky.
Yeah.
Because I don't want green, because
But, like,
green is usually
that's
portrayed as something
That's
else.
generally the color of healing spells.
Well, in like
D&D and shit.
Yeah, but this is D&D. This is horse.
Yeah, but they stick to the same color scheme generally.
Trenches?
Balefire bombs we know to be green.
That is not
Balefire's
trenches.
green. It's a bomb.
It's literally just...
Yeah.
Wow. What is this? This shows nothing.
Well, it is just basically a flat texture.
I think they're showing that that's what the lights... that's not trenches. That's crap. Yeah, there's
They
no
have
trenches.
maps. Yeah, I mean, TF2 definitely has like trenches.
Check chapters 24 and 37 of FOE. I have all the chapters bookmarked. So this is every memory orb scene. When we went and reread it years and years ago at a book club thing, I made sure to mark it as I was going through so I didn't have to go and look it up later. So that's what I was saying when I was saying like the text for it. It's because I have little notes across the top as to what went on in that scene, just a couple of keywords.
I mean,
Most of the time, I'm not good at remembering a story unless, but with a couple keywords, I'll remember the whole scene. So that's all I needed on just a couple bits at the top.
I mean, at the end of the day, trenches are 2 dirt walls with some wood beams and a dirt floor.
Yes, but there's not many maps out there that have a trench that goes deep enough to be called a trench and not just like a ripple on the ground.
Yeah.
A trench should be deep enough for you to get fully underneath the ground at a standing height.
Yeah.
That's going to be the tough part. Let's name those ones. We'll have it under canceled. This would be, we call it Mega Spell. Kind of. There's technically another scene that could also be called Mega Spell. I don't know if these are in 30 or 24.
That's right, Brian. After she gave them the mega spell, they reverse engineered it and to use it as kind of an alchemy bomb. Because
They don't have magic.
if they understand the magic, they can just use alchemy to recreate it. And Fluttershy gave them that understanding. So the Balefire bombs are more alchemy than horse magic. They're based on the mega spells.
There's a map that could be kind of used, but it's either green or brown, or green or sand. And that's neither of those is going to work.
Are you planning on doing the entire battlefield?
I can't just shove them in a trench because then you won't see the spell. You have to have some view, and you don't have to have a full 360 view. You just need to have a direction.
You can see like a wave of magic going above the trench.
Yeah, but remember, I have to deal with SFM particles.
Yeah,
Particles from below look like trash.
but that battlefield would
That's your
be
stuff, right?
horribly crowded.
Fight's over. All I have to do is put bodies on it.
I guess.
She'll bring them back one day.
Just game collection.
No, because if I put them in a trench, I have to deal with what would probably be a rough surface that I have to put the camera behind. But being behind the trench means that any little like certain bend of that trench is going to pop up on camera because I can't get rid of that side of the trench. So if I put them down in the trench, my camera would be limited to probably very wide angle or only looking straight down the long way of the trench. The mega spell, if I went to go look up, well, now I'm going back underground again with the camera, which is going to be even more difficult. Where if I was able to have it go above the trenches, it's way easier to deal with the camera from a logistics standpoint.
Socks. Something that was to build the trench.
With what?
Dirt. Dirt walls.
There's no dirt walls. Those don't exist.
Dirt floors that you're making the walls.
But how?
Run them on their side.
Then I'm gonna have weirdly clipping models at like square angles. Most dirt models are flat textures of a big square.
You know.
I can't do a curved edge to make it look like dirt coming up over something. The best I can do is there's a cliff model that might kind of work for making an edge of a trench. But even then, because it's probably the best one I can think of, because there's a lot of dirt hills and stuff, but hills are big.
Ah, socks. So good.
Rock. And that's not even something that you would consider a trench, because that's not climbable.
I don't think trenches were ever like perfect.
Oh no.
Grabbed shovels and they dug.
So that like there's a guy that would talk about old ancient warfare, and he was always talking about like how movies were compared to reality, and it always came down to like, why are they not digging trenches? Like, dig a trench, and if once you're done digging that trench, you go and dig another trench. Why are you just standing around? Dig a trench. Because that was like in warfare, trenches were powerful.
Yeah.
Because like if horses were running, trench.
Yeah.
They'd hit the trench. Like if you're defending a position, you put trenches, because then they would slow down that army to get hit by arrows.
Yeah.
So like trenches were amazing, like in every aspect of the sense. It was, but I just love that quote from memory. It's just like they dig trenches, and when they're done with that trench, they go and make another trench, and when they're done with that one, they go and dig another trench.
Yes.
Like you should never be not digging trenches. And that's just what they actually did.
I have to imagine you had to let them take breaks.
That's actually not too far off. It's a little bit angled,
Well,
but you
it
put
would be a
another
bit
one
angled.
off the other side, and it'd probably be usable.
I mean, it would be a little bit of angle because that's just how dirt.
That's too angled, because you're not.
Dirt
That's not
works.
walking angle. Like you would have a little bit of an angle at the edge so that people can be like laying down up towards the edge, but that's more of like the fighting edge. Like the actual like normal trenches in the back are still going to have walking room. They're going to dig it deep enough to where they're able to walk, not crawl. But when you're up a lot closer, probably get fully dug out, then you're going to have like
You don't have
maybe
the
lower ones.
supports. It's gonna fall in a bit.
Yeah. But dirt is pretty chunky.
If it's wet, depends if it's sandy too.
So I see the specific model I was looking for. Hundreds did have logs. Could hide the clipping with something like that. Yeah, well, you'd want to put some kind of like logs or other items around just to.
Get out of the mud.
No, I'm not. You're thinking about it like that sense. I'm thinking about break up the monotony.
Mm-hmm.
Like you want to have chaos, so you put logs not in like straight order, but just randomly strewn about, and some boards at random spots, because if the ground will hold itself up, they're not going to bother. But there's going to be parts where something is looser. That's where they'll put a board up. And so you have boards that, like a bunch going around one side, but maybe you won't have somewhere else because there's enough rocks mixed in there that it's fine. I don't think I'm going to find too much better than this. This also has the benefit of like having this, which is slightly different looking, a little bit different shapes. The difficulty with this is a trench, but if I go above it, what else looks like this?
What's that from? Say.
It's just one of those random packs I downloaded. But okay, so like this says E Cliff Grass. I don't think I'm gonna find one other one, but This is the cliff portion. Maybe something is under. I think I typed that in. If I can find that same folder. Oh, grounds. Because maybe
Well, that's a nice one.
this is more of an actual cliff, but still useful. Is it just the same as the other one, though? I don't think it's the same, but it might be similar enough. It's just, this is just dirt. These actually have like something else on it.
Some dead grass.
But most of the time, there's nothing else. An object like this will be put in, but if you're in the trenches in a game and you're not allowed out of it, they can get away with just having details at the edges. Or these are put in there as models, and then the actual map builder that has the more simple geometry is used to fill in the rest of the areas. Half-Life did that, where you would have like the very simple walls out of Hammer, but then when you got to certain doors, the doors wouldn't be in Hammer, the doors would be a model loaded in. So it'd be a mix of models and map, and these are the models that would go with the map. This is the flattest edge one. I'm in this map.
All right. Oh no. Here the shy pig is looked out over the hills of trenches full of dead and dying.
Yeah, which is that I understood.
Yeah.
I knew that was going to be kind of what came up out of that. Question 2. How big are these compared to horse? No, then they're not wearing that.
No, they showed the battle armor. Got it. Coco.
You said the like, uh-oh.
Oh,
Coco.
Oh, Coco.
Can't use the other name.
You could be one of the ponies on the battlefield. Smooching.
Why is it a smooching battlefield?
It's a battle. That's how they defeat their enemies. Well, how else should ponies do it?
But I never understood is that she went to do the mega spell. Why was she there? Why was Fluttershy on the
She was
battlefield?
in charge of it.
I know, but why would she be at a test?
She was the charge of the medical corps, and she wanted to oversee its
But why was she on a battlefield?
as a medic.
If they could see zebras getting up, that means there was literally enemy within shooting range.
Yes, she's still the head of the.
Yeah, but usually you send other people to do that.
Not for this. This is the first time they're testing this thing.
Yeah,
This has been her like baby project. She would be there. I would want to be there.
Well, you'd want to be there because there's horsies.
Well, no, like if I was.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure that's number 1.
If I was in charge of the medical department and I'd come up with a spell that I thought could save everyone, I would want to be there.
She didn't come up with the spell.
Her department came up with
Yes,
the spell.
yes. She directed people to do things, and then she came here to take credit for it.
She came here to make sure it went well.
She was definitely being the asshole manager here.
She is not an asshole, man. I dare you, sir.
Yeah, she
To
was.
the horsey.
She was to the horsey. No one make boy horsey. Yeah, see, like this is what I'm afraid of. The ground.
You're gonna have to fill it in.
With what?
Brown.
You don't just fill something with ground. This isn't like I can pull out a shovel of model and
Can't you just put that texture on anything that's on that model?
this texture is going to be all of this,
Yeah.
which means I would have to go and find this portion of it, separate that out, put it in a flat model, also bring along all the normal things. You're talking like an hour of work.
Or you can just see, like, go into that folder.
I can, because of this
else in there?
angle, there's the chance that you can kind of cheat it by doing Like that a little bit. Yeah, that you can do. As long as you just don't move it too much further, because it's barely that back there. That's the quickest and easiest solution. That is better. But where is Horsey? How big is Horsey? Horsey is...
That's almost perfect.
Horsey is right size. Yeah, I don't need anything about the like what they're doing right now. I just mainly care about what in the scene is important to ensure that I don't get something wrong. What color is the mega spell? Who is potentially there in some way or another? I'm not really caring about Apple Snack, but I know that Fluttershy and Rainbow were there. Were they wearing anything that was identified in the story? If there's not identified, I have free reign.
You already kind of created the uniform for Fluttershy's people. I imagine in this scenario she'd be wearing the same uniform.
Yeah, because I think it did say that she had a couple people with her.
Well, she had her whole team with her.
They were. But again, if they don't say how many, a team could be 2 people. No.
Yeah, I mean,
if it's not explicitly said, I have free reign. Shut up.
I mean, she's talking to a couple ponies. And
you didn't hear the last part. Okay, she comes into her on 3rd page. No, when did she get there?
It's towards the end.
A unicorn, yellow, pink, and dress stepped into the we're ready for a test run. She stepped into view. So how did she step into view? And what luck is she was just right there? Oh, she was there a little bit beforehand. Please you would take your positions and hurry. She looks out over the fields. Oh dear! Her eyes filled with tears as she began to tremble. What? She was at a field of death.
She probably wasn't very used to actually being on a battlefield. No, not like Rainbow.
Okay, a flock of Pegasi soared in from overhead. 2 of them pulling a messenger wagon full of other ponies, mostly unicorns. All the unicorns were barding of yellow and pink and carried saddle boxes with the little butterflies on them. That's exactly what he was supposed to. All except lead pony. She didn't need the uniform. She was the uniform.
Oh, so she was
You missed the italics on that part. But the fact that, so they say that they're pulling other ponies away, which to me means that her group had gotten there beforehand, because they wouldn't have been able to get them onto a cart beforehand. Also, why were they carting them away if they're going to mega spell?
They're carting them into it.
Oh, that's what they were doing. Okay.
Yes, they're carting them towards the battles to set up the mega spell. And she's telling everybody to get into position to ready to spell.
But if they said 2, that means that there was 1 cart, probably multiple. And so a flock to me means there would probably be close to a dozen. I don't think I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Because, well, again, you don't have to, I'm not thinking of a scene from a 360-degree experience. It's from a camera's perspective. So it's however many I want to put on camera.
Yeah. I think the important thing to take away is that Fluttershy wasn't wearing anything. So.
No. Yeah, it says there. She. Okay, yeah, she wasn't wearing her uniform.
She was just being nude.
Lewd. Bad horse. Bad horse. Go do your mega spell alone.
We can just use the standard Fluttershy.
I guess so delete Fluttershy then. You didn't have any problem with me deleting the horse?
I know you're bringing the horse back.
Horsey, come back. Oh.
Apple Snack was simply close enough to witness all of the... See her, to see... Big Macintosh hanging over him.
statuesque horse.
I do remember that he says something about being upset he'd never get to like meet his sister. Big Macintosh takes a little
Macintosh?
Macintosh. Big Macintosh takes some offense to it, like, don't be hitting on my sister.
Then they get married.
But he lets it go because he's like, oh, your guts are falling out, so I guess I'll give you a pass.
Until he's alive again, and then he's like, oh shit.
Come on now. I don't
No, you gotta die again.
Yep.
See, I can probably get away with, because if I play with the angling of these a little bit, I could probably fill a battlefield, and then you can just like strewn around some like bushes and rocks to kind of make it work. Because this scene to me is going to be pretty big. Like, I don't mind it starting in a trench, but it's got to go up above it.
Just start from Big Mac and Apple's Neck, because they were there.
Well, he'll be in the bottom. I can't have him with his guts hanging out. But you can have with enough. You can have somebody in the way or something to make it at least block it.
Or you could block it with Big Mac.
I'm trying to make it so you can still see Apple Snack.
He's big. He don't have to be that big.
He's like Big Mac. He's like laying down because he was just like even laying down. He's already bulging over the edge here.
Mm-hmm. Just rolling across the battlefield. Too many apples.
Apples. My concern with doing it this way, though, is that this is going to get into some very heavy, not as much RAM usage, but it's going to get into very heavy just performance hits. Like, you can't even really tell that those are intersecting. But very quickly, this is going to start turning into a nightmare for frame rate.
Oh, Fluttershy was wearing a dress. Yellow and pink dress.
No, all the newcomers were.
Oh, the yellow.
Barden.
Yeah. She wasn't.
She wasn't wearing one. She was naked.
Naked.
Why are you getting in like the? Why are you doing this to horse?
I didn't do this to horse. The horses, they just do it. It's like being naked all the
Officer, it's not my fault she was naked and wanting it.
Wait.
Is that what you're saying?
Quickly. I hope not.
That's kind of what I heard.
Trouble.
She was flaunting it.
You don't normally wear clothes.
And right now it looks flat, but as soon as you flash a light on it, you're going to notice it's a little bit weird.
For some odd reason, the color blue is very much burned into my brain. What color it was. Like a light, almost baby blue.
Yeah, I know the pleasant warmth. I remember hearing that. But since it was basically saying he was already dead or at death's door when the spell went through. So he was not in a position to effectively see the spell.
He saw it pass overhead.
Yeah, it just happened. As long as I don't use pink.
No, or red, or green.
Yeah, those I would not use. Purple, maybe. But yeah, pink would be construed as the other mega spell. Oh, you know what? There's the other models. The round ones might actually work better. Yes. Because they go, I'm dealing with the difficulty of having those flat edges. I have to do it no matter what on those ones, but this part where they're already nice and whatever, I might be able to do the round ones easy.
Yeah. Break it up a bit.
Yeah, but I can't just use the round ones fully too, because if I just use round ones, then you're going to see these like round patches everywhere.
Yeah.
What you can always do is put a couple of those patches, then increase the size of one by a good amount, and then kind of fill in some of the holes with it. So wouldn't really be trench. This would be more round filler one. Yeah, because I have to get this pretty close, like up to. Actually, I can probably make a little bit of like angled surfaces, because the ground's not going to be perfectly flat. So let's make it that way. Just kind of at certain parts, just kind of go looking at an angle. Because these are perfectly round at the edges, this is actually a perfect model for that regard, because then we can do like this. This looks a lot nicer than a perfectly flat model. Nothing should be perfectly flat,
especially a battlefield that's probably strewn with bombarded.
Well, I'm gonna have to do barbed wire. I'm gonna have to do lots of just weird stuff. But get to that. Even like here though, we can go up a little bit like that. Have a little bit of a downward thing here.
Is the mass healing, the first mega spell conceived, used by the Ministry of Peace. It allows the living creature in a very large area, an entire battlefield, as witnessed in the memory orb, to be healed instantly, regardless of the previous condition of their body. However, it cannot bring back those who have already.
The only thing I don't like about that mega spell is it basically changes life. Like, what does it cure? What? Because normally you don't die of old age.
Yeah.
You die of your body being too weak to fight off something.
Yeah.
But if you had a mega spell that can do that, you would think you would be able to do a small version of it.
It's a healing spell.
Yeah.
And they just attach it to an amplifier.
Yeah, but can't they just keep healing somebody that's old and they can basically go until their body can literally not function anymore?
Yeah. That's magic. I don't know.
But then,
the logic of magic.
Why was Rainbow in the hospital when she like broke her leg, or whatever, broke her wing?
She was in the hospital for like 2 days.
Yeah,
and her wing was completely.
Yeah,
healed.
I know, but they just go zap.
Yeah,
and she could have been fully healed. Why not?
They didn't have a doctor who was. That maybe it took would have taken like 50 doctors to do that.
No, that's for a mega spell.
Yeah,
you don't need that. It's one horse.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's a lot even for one horse.
Though technically, the spell was not without its downside. They talk about that in it's not the official content from the book, but K-Cat had the theory as to what happened to Rainbow Dash, and it was essentially that the horses that were evolved in that mega spell were not just brought back to life, they were unable to die. And essentially as the world went towards chaos after the full war, they would end up dragging themselves almost like Final Fantasy VII's cloaked guys to Sephiroth.
Yeah,
they would essentially drag themselves to the mega spell spot because they were driven to go there. And since Rainbow was a part of something that was in that spell, she got driven to that point too.
She was there when it went off. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, and there's a few, they don't, because she kind of got in that fight, but she was injured, and then she was drawn to there, and there's some other stuff that happens with her. But it happens to be that anybody that was involved with that did have some calling to go back to the mega spell spot. So, the spell had some negatives. That seems like a negative.
I thought the big negative is that their spirit can never truly move on. They wander the world as ghosts.
Yeah, that's essentially like that. What they're doing is they're wandering. The ghosts go back there or something. It was something like that. But
Yeah.
and that I think might have been as ghosts. I can't remember.
They
exactly.
couldn't move on.
But that is the writer's headcanon, so it's about as close to like a real as you could get. But I would still not consider it official because if it wasn't in the book.
I mean, Project Horizons kind of had a different story for Rainbow, which I thought was pretty cool.
Which went fine. It was just more of because they were able to put Rainbow in the story, they did.
Yeah, they did a good job with it. I thought you got to follow.
You just were like, get more horse.
Yeah, well,
Go get the blue horse.
She got to like fly a freaking zeppelin into a building and blow everything to hell.
The only reason I really didn't like it is I felt like the melancholy and of having where all the ministry mirrors are gone was kind of a better part of the story. Of it was all history. Having Rainbow come back in any essence in some aspect of the story felt like it went against that. I didn't like that it had now a connection to the past instead of just being memories of where everything you have is just video.
Well, Fluttershy didn't die either.
But at least that one's canon.
Yeah.
But they didn't use her in any sense in the story.
Well, she doesn't.
She just got to live somewhat peacefully, though I would think she'd be immensely traumatized.
She wanted to be left alone.
And I would think that she'd be I think the only problem with her coming back is that Pip really wanted to get with Velvet, but Velvet didn't like mares. But I know that Velvet ain't definitely get with that mare.
Yeah, I mean, she idolized that mare.
She
like, oh my goodness.
She was like, I've looked behind you for memory orbs for thousands of times. Please touch me. and you'd be so excited, but Fluttershy would be like, oh my.
It would be aggressive.
Okay, I made kind of this large area so that we can maybe use these trenches, and then this kind of looks out over the field a bit. There is going to be the difficulty of how far does this go, and
can't you just use like a green screen? Like not like a green screen, but just like a false background.
Technically, but the easiest way to do it, dead trees. Make a tree line.
There would be no trees left. It's a battlefield.
Do they say it?
It's a battlefield.
It doesn't have to be close.
Yeah.
It's just portrayed in the distance. It's one of those situations where you can have the ground kind of go up a little bit and then go back down, and now everything behind that hill is invisible, so you can just pretend that trees are suddenly way far away. It's a little more difficult if you're trying to show small little dips in the ground and like there's only so far before, like you're like, I am making a mile of ground here to get there, but you don't have to as long as you don't go too high above the ground.
Yeah.
That last paragraph, Sunset, if you don't consider it a quote from the book, I'd have questions for you. But it just starts with, but a pleasant warmth was spreading through us. Oh. All right. I probably want to have, or I can probably make more trenches. Okay, so it was the first 5.
Yeah, I can kind of see why you don't want to do pink, because then it seems like the pink cloud, which is a different mega spell.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to do pink.
It's gonna be light blue or purple.
And you can't do green for obvious reasons too. That's kind of the Balefire Bomb color. You can't do orange because it would look more like fire.
Yeah.
And that includes red, but red would be too close to pink. Red is pink. Yellow would just be mixed in with sunlight. That's not going to work. Blue normally would be difficult, but it's a cloudy day.
Yeah.
So, taken directly from the story, I'm currently looking for the description, the healing mega spell in Heroes. But if it's in Heroes, I would not consider that canon to this book. If it's not in the official book, to me it doesn't matter. Because if somebody says, "Well, I know it doesn't say in that book, but in this book it says that," I don't care. That's just looking at like headcanon. KCAD has been very flexible when it comes to like side story lore. I know she kind of said that a lot of Project Horizons could be considered like somewhat official, but still.
I think this is an accurate representation of a healing potion in Fallout Equestria. I don't know if you wanted to go with the healing potion color,
Purple?
which is purple.
The problem with purple is you'd have to make it a bluish purple.
Yeah.
Because if it's not, it's getting into magenta and you're getting into like the wrong kind.
I think blue's. That's your standard healing spell.
That must have been that one. Scene builds to me are always like a mixed bag. I love scene building because there's something about watching or having an idea and then like actually being able to like make it become something. But I also hate scene building. It always feels like you're gonna be stuck doing it for a while.
It was not to spoil anything. The healing spell was only used once in the main story, but there was a side story it was used in, and they might describe it a little better there. Can I ruin another Fallout Equestria book? It's kind of ruins
Okay,
it.
do you call it side story or is it written by somebody else?
Written by somebody else, but it's a popular one.
That's not a side story, and I know you're going for murky.
No, healing spell is not used.
Well, because you read here. No, you didn't read Heroes. You read all of Heroes? Oh, I thought you read some of it.
No, I read all of it.
You just wanted big beefy mare.
She was cool.
You big.
But the end of Heroes,
That's what Sunset said they were looking up.
yeah,
They were trying to see if
it's the only other time in any of the major fanfics I can think the healing version was used, because Fluttershy used it and she was told never again for obvious reasons. But it got used in that book as well.
Well, Fluttershy was told never to use it again from the war perspective, but once you're in the wasteland, all bets are off.
Well, Fallout Equestrian Heroes has big beefy mares, yes. Well,
Yeah. Hired gun.
Hard Gun, Silver Storm. Just big beefy mares.
Probably not.
Put it in. I want to see what Google thinks of you.
So I might need to apparently that's an actual gun. No, this is essentially hired gun.
You can try Silver Storm to her actual name. That's her.
This is like
That's a cute version.
It's a cutesy version.
She's so adorable. Look at her. Like I'm ready.
Wait, I thought she was missing a leg too. Oh, okay, there it is. Wait. I thought it was on opposite sides.
What size of what?
She's missing one leg and one arm, but they were on opposite sides of her body.
No, she wasn't missing a leg. She was missing a foot.
She was okay,
Later.
but that's still it was opposite corners.
Well, she doesn't lose it immediately. That's a thing that happens later in the book.
So there it is. Well, see, she's way too happy here. There was like
She has happy days.
like this is the
More than
official
mine.
picture of the book.
Yeah.
But I
Before
still
she
think
lost
that's
a leg.
she's too normal sized. There was one picture I remember
like-
seeing at some point somebody did that was I feel like, oh, that a beefy mare, Because she's supposed to be big. She's like
She's-
stallion size.
She's bigger than your average mare.
Oh.
Yes.
Cool.
It's gone face. From being tons of
What?
That is a butt.
Yeah, this is closer to what the size should be. Like she's chonk, like not just like fat, but just beef.
She's pure muscle.
Yeah, she's built big. Which I mean, I don't know how you do that when you're starving, but
Well, she wasn't starving.
that's a little bit better. I swear I remember.
I'd say
seeing
that's
one.
a pretty decent picture of her.
Yeah, I thought I remember seeing one that had like stuff with the like what are definitely lewd pictures turned not lewd.
Yelling at the internet.
Yeah, this is kind of what
No,
I think
no,
of it more.
Wait, no,
She just-
that's not the good one. Go back.
Was she big?
Go back. There's one next to it.
This one? She got
Click that
socks?
one. Look at.
No.
Look at. It's very important.
Why is this eye so big?
She's looking at you like, what are you?
These are-
why did you click that? I'm wearing socks.
So yeah, she big.
Yeah.
But no, I did a thing from that story. It was one of the like 3 paid commissions I've ever done in my
It's actually
YouTube career.
really good. After reading Heroes,
I've never read it. I had to I don't even remember what I called this. Oh, it's probably not in this folder. I bet you it's in my not work in progress. It's in my extra. And it was probably just under hired gun. All these are organized by date. Yeah. No, I remember when they messaged me about doing it. I asked them like, I'm not going to.
saw something about Equestria.
It's right here.
Fast.
No, I said, give me like a 1-sentence description of each character, and I can look up what they look like. That's all I said. Like, I just need to know personality, because if they're going to be shown in a video, the way they stand, the way they act, the way they move is going to be reminiscent of that character, and I need something. I don't need a paragraph, just give me 1 sentence. And they did. Actually, they gave me really good info.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did what is this thinger? It might be kind of dark for stream, but they just needed to announce that they were going to be going back to doing their book. They never finished it again, but
Which book?
they were doing an audio book rendition of it.
Oh.
And they gave me the music, they gave me the idea, and I just went and made it. So
For Silver Storm. She had a rough time of it. She kept losing bits of her.
it was just meant to be kind of an announcement thing, having them as the characters there. But this was a bitch to make. Because like this was just recolored Sweetie Belle. That was easy. But like by them giving me the little details, they had said before, like I forgot her name.
It's
But she was supposed to be like a tough like mare, but she had like a motherly feeling for hired gun stuff. So because they provided me that detail, it's where she's trying to be all tough, but then at one point you see her like look up and like, hey, and then like no, this is very serious. So stuff like that I thought was good to know.
because she was always worried about her. She didn't want her coming on missions with her. But then she always insisted, it's like, no, you're not cut out for this. Yes, I am. And then like she.
But there were some difficulties with doing this because if I had the detailed hair, like I wanted the hair to kind of blow in the wind for her, I had to pick a very specific hair that was from a blackjack model and use that there. But then that meant that this character also had to have detailed hair. It's the same hair, I just angled it all different to try to make it look like a mane that matched the colors. I think this armor is it's a retextured Warhammer horse armor that I scaled everything down to be much tighter to the body structure, because Warhammer armor is much bulkier. Redid all the textures to make it look kind of shiny metal, added some like war battle scarring to it, so that's why it looks a little like beat up on there. Found some like scorpion tail thing, redid all the textures to that to make it look metal. Had to extend the neck a little bit to get that to fit, because he's supposed to be a taller horse. The difficulty was there was only one model with a mechanical eye, and it was the left eye, not the right. So I had to build this whole thing in reverse So actually, this whole video was flipped mirror, which means that when she has a mechanical leg and a mechanical front arm, I had to make sure that I did the reverse of it so that the video reversed, it was correct in there. I had to remove the text from it then because the text wouldn't have made sense if it was reversed. This horse was the definitely most difficult. I had to do the mane was done in After Effects. It was not done in Source Filmmaker. So I had to make just a blank horse, and then I had to do a mask, like 2 different mask layers, because I had to make sure this one was easy because it went over it, but this one went behind her, and I had to have it show behind the head, and its tail had to go back behind everybody. So that whole mane and everything was done in After Effects, and I had to play with the lighting and everything in After Effects and try to make it look like it was the lighting coming from the fire. And so the mane looks great, but there is no way to ever do that in Source Filmmaker. So, out of curiosity, how hard would it be for a single Pegasus to stop a wing of alicorn? Like wing of alicorn, is that the like an all caps wing of alicorn? Like is something specific, or is it like just the wings of an actual alicorn? Maybe I missed something. Not sure. Is that a skill that they use? Like one of each type? I mean, I think they say usually if you're trying to take out the FOE alicorns, is the best way to catch them is to do it when they're off guard. If they know you're coming, it's not going to help you very much. Should you take our license of what spells to look like other than bright white light? Again, if it's not in the book, then you're just basically going with best guess. I have on some situations tried to go to the author for confirmation on some things, and they've helped me a little bit, but that was on stuff that I'm not actually finishing, so that doesn't really matter. So, but even then, if it's still not in the book, you have kind of free reign. Some people might have headcanon, but screw those people.
No. Isn't whatever you put down your headcanon?
Yeah. But the headcanon I'm going to pick is what works visually for the medium that I'm working for. I've...
Sniff, sniff.
Hello, Big Derp. Who wants dirt?
What's the taste of dirt? I'll be right back.
Why does she love the taste of dirt? You said that like you knew the derpy. You know the derpy. If you put your head down, then sleep is your headcanon. Yeah, that actually sounds like fun. For tomorrow. Find no actual description of the spell in FOE other than what I posted in chat. Yeah. I gotta scroll back up just to see if there's anything in there. I could feel my skin that wasn't covered in barney was cracking. Bright white light pouring out. So basically all they're saying from the spell is that anything that was a wound is lit up. Okay. That means that but again, that's that story's version, so I don't have to, but I do kind of like the that idea a little bit. Like having a little bit of a representation be good. I am curious. about checking the little round, because I've been putting in like lots of little round bits. Does that affect the lighting at all? Do you see the round sections? Thinking kind of. Kind of, but I think it's manageable. I think because I want to kind of build out what I see as a potential for the area, and then you can then manipulate the specific models that may not work in that shot to better reflect what you're looking for. Right now, the idea is kind of get something that works from a direction, and then we can go back and clean it up once I can figure out better what we're going to do.
This is good beer.
I think that was that one that...
What was the other one I bought?
Oh, you haven't tried it yet?
I got them for the board game night, but I had one beer and done.
Well, you brought 8 beers
Yeah.
specifically for board game night.
Yeah.
Like we were all gonna drink that much.
Adam had one.
Yeah,
John
but
had one.
he wasn't at board game night.
Oh, but he had one.
John had one.
John had one.
I just drank Negronis. I think that's mainly what Kyle had too. Because it ends up being everybody brings something to share, but then most of the time you just drink the thing you brought.
No, I drink other stuff if John brought stuff.
He brought that one like fancy stout. He likes fancy stouts.
I had like a chocolate chocolate and something else. It was a stout. But it was just okay. It wasn't bad. It just was kind of underwhelming for what I was hoping. It was chocolate and cherry. It was a chocolate cherry stout.
I feel like most of the time that's just going to be a slight cherry and mostly stout.
Mm-hmm. I could taste the chocolate. I couldn't taste the cherry at all.
Because it's a stout. Stouts are very rich.
Well,
the cherry's just going to get blinded.
I guess, but I was hoping for more of a cherry cordial thing.
No, because then you're talking like a very sweet stout, but stouts shouldn't be sweet.
No, I've had some sweet stout.
You don't like sweet stuff.
No, but I've had some sweet stouts.
Not like lying. You can't prove nothing. Okay, so if we have it handled from like kind of here, there is a little bit of roughness there, but that work.
I tried looking up at Inheritance too, but it sounds like the main character is kind of passed out during the event. So
Yeah, which is the same thing that the other one.
you know, that's the only time I can think of any of the only time besides the main book that's spelled.
So the benefit of doing the trenches like this, too, is if you had a weird angle that was low and you needed to go behind the dirt, you can kind of move the model out of the way. It just kind of depends. Like if they're on this side, you could probably get it where the model itself is far enough back, or make sure you're right at the edge between two of them. Like it's okay for the resub.
Oh,
Hello,
Feeder,
Soji.
you never get to eat just one sub anymore. Double subs.
Almost always,
Yeah.
because most of the people are resubs.
Yeah. And then a new sub is only going to get it once, and it's going to be resubs.
Yeah.
Very hungry horse.
I mean, if you want, we can tell Derpy only one sub.
Well, maybe sometimes she only wants one sub.
What if she wants two?
Then you should randomize. And then we'll know which one it is.
No. No, because what you're telling is that Derpy wants 2 subs,
No.
but sometimes she might only want 1. You're saying you
Yeah.
don't know what Derpy wants. Derpy wants 2 subs.
Wait, you're saying you do know what Derpy wants?
No, Derpy's
I'm
whatever
thinking
Derpy pops
should
up with.
choose.
Derpy is eating good. She's eating healthy, a lot of carbs, but it just helps that horse butt.
Or it's just like grains. Fine.
All right, so
A little disorienting there for a second.
what's this?
Floating bits.
Oh, I can probably get rid of that one.
So since I haven't been here for a bit, I'm gonna drink this beer and it's
What, Michael?
stupid beer. Anyway, playing the beer. I haven't been here in a bit, so how is everyone doing?
You were here Tuesday, or not? It's not Tuesday. Sunday.
Yeah, but I was like,
No, you weren't here Tuesday. You were here Sunday.
I was here Sunday, but I was propping myself up with my mass just to keep from falling over and dying for the better part of that. And then I went up to my room and immediately had a time. So how are you all doing now, though? Now that I'm perfectly healthy.
I don't think you've been able to say that for a good 20 years.
You're not wrong.
How dare you blame
Experts?
Dust Beer? Oh, Soul Kitty needs a ghost fact.
Oh no. Here's a fact about ghosts. Soul Kitty.
What was that? Soul Kitty.
Maybe
You're really a kitty.
occasionally during our streams, soul kitties are in them. And
They are.
the ghost kitties. And
Yeah.
they're just all over the place.
You popped in for First
Yeah,
Cat,
it's a
but then you
fact.
missed Soul Cats.
Yeah. So as your ghost fact, ghost kitties.
I saw the VOD. Yeah, but that's not the same.
So stick around for ghost kitties.
I was screaming. It was actual Soul Kitties.
Soul kitties were everywhere. We were being attacked by them. We had to fight them off.
But you can never leave.
No.
The only solution, Soul Kitty, is that you have to be on the stream. Even if we're not streaming, you
Yeah.
just have to be ready.
Just
Because
watching
what
them.
if one day I just decide to like rando stream? I haven't done one of those in forever.
I did play that game Ghost Kitty one hollow. Fun. Eat it too. I do plan on streaming again Monday. Don't remember? For Halloween. I found a game on Steam called Ghost Cat. And I played it.
Wasn't it super short?
Yeah, I finished in one stream.
Oh, I thought you finished it like much less than one.
No, it took up the whole stream.
Oh, okay. That's not so bad then.
It was only a couple.
Oh yeah, lol. Yeah, I'm hoping that there's, if we're gonna put the camera back, say here, that there's a certain distance where I can start getting away with having larger fills. Because at least at some point, the detail of it matters. But at another point, as this gets further away, detail is going to start just getting washed out, and you can start getting away with a larger model. I probably don't want to go too much larger, but I could probably go like that and have it be basically imperceptible. Yeah.
Ghost Kitty. I have to try to find something else like that Halloween. Yep. I don't know how many games about ghost cats there are, though. Can do a game where I make ghost cats. It'd be fun. So, Kitty, would you like a game like that? Where I make ghost kitties?
You can make a game.
No.
Invent a new game.
Yeah? Called Ghost Kitty Simulator, where you just, like, put kitties into traffic.
What?
How else are you supposed to make ghost kitties?
We got 9 lives.
Kill the kitties.
I feel like that game would not go well for reviews.
No.
If you literally were just, it's like you pick up the cute kitty, you're like, and it's like, meow, and you're like, oh, look, it's so cute. And then you're like, all right. And then you just drop it over a bridge as a truck goes by.
Watch his little spirit float up.
Sure.
Ghost kitties. You don't win unless it gets hit 9 times.
But you have to play ping pong with it. You have to drop it down there. Like, remember the old there used to be an old BMX game that I used to like playing with a friend that there's a mode where your idea was to get up as much damage as you can to yourself by ability. And so you would like launch yourself somewhere, but when you hit something, you would keep bouncing around off different cars and obstacles to try to build up like an insurance claim.
Yeah.
And we used to play that for hours. And we found like if you can grab onto things. So if you like jumped off of something and you got hit by a car and you grab that car, you could like flail you around a bit. But if you like, it went to go take a corner and you let go of just enough to get hit by a second car, you can increase your money. And we were trying to figure out like how to get to the millions, or if you got like a little bit of a glitch where it started like going like back and forth, you could just rack up that money so fast.
It's pretty impressive.
Oh, that game was, we used to play so much of that BMX game.
Super scary ghost cat at meowing at the derp.
What did the derp do?
What's the derp doing?
What the derp doing?
All the cheese. Yeah. Oh,
Easy.
there she is. I'm coming after her cheese.
You heard you said cheese. Okay, yeah, that's a lot easier. Like it's imperceptible, even though I increased the one by like what 60%. You can't even tell the difference between which one's the bigger and which one's not. Can you?
No. Patches of grass.
Okay, if you get this close, yes. Now I can tell. I can tell that like this line right here is the difference between the two. Like it's pretty easy. But at this point, ew. Okay. I want to fill that a little bit more. All right, so if we have, because this trench to me looks good because it goes, but then at this point you can still see it going further, and I'll probably have it keep going a bit more. We need, I need to figure out where the edge of this is. I can go a lot. I probably am going to, well, it's a lot easier, slide it this way. I don't think I really need to go all the way that way. And even if I were to, you could have a giant battlefield, but like, okay, let's load in. Because I know this one's going to be pretty consistent. I'm going to guess Rainbow. Okay. Did she go into battle like this?
No, she would have been wearing her Shadow Bolts uniform.
So it's the Shadow Bolt specifically. Okay.
Yeah.
Do they define at all what the Shadow Bolt's uniform looks like?
It would look, yes, they say it looks exactly like that. That's easy. They said it looks like, it just looks exactly like the Shadow Bolts that appeared to her on the bridge. In episode 2. which I think she modeled that costume.
It doesn't
after
really
that.
look battle worthy though. I feel like doing this with like
Well, how did they look on the bridge?
it's about this.
Yeah.
Though I think this is probably more modeled after her Halloween costume,
Which was modeled after
that.
Yeah.
But what might work better, not better, I guess, is to use this, but then add like barding armor, something to it. I think the other above ground. That I wanted to look at this because okay, let's say we have horse. A lot of the horses that we're going to be having doing anything are going to be over here. Choose NPC. She thought they looked cool and modeled after the ghosts, and the darker colors made for stealth at night.
Yeah. And that is it. I mean, I'm looking at them off the bridge, and that's just uniform.
Yeah. But I would think that there would still be something armor wise. Having it be the exact same with just a couple little extras probably would be the best.
I think this was before they were really wearing much in the way of armor. I mean, the one armor hadn't been invented yet.
I love this. It's like donk.
Chunk. At this point in the war, like the steel hooves armor hadn't been made yet.
But like to me, having maybe not this armor, but using like the little leg bits, it's something that's a little bit more protection. Like yeah, there's nothing here. That's just gonna be all. This model really come in handy in the past. Like you want to add mechanical legs, and none of it's actually connected, so you can like kind of make it all mush together.
You could use those would be better just for the feet part, because that like the shadow bolts were essentially supposed to be Luna's like version of the Wonderbolts.
Maybe if I made them black, but then you're going to be really covering up some of the details here, certain bits.
But I mean, she did say that it's supposed to look like the shadow bolts.
Yes, but I just want to know. Yeah, that'll actually probably never be used now. It's Celestia's armor. Prince kind of confirmed that the project that video is going to die, so that armor will probably never see the light of day.
Might as well just release it as a.
I might be able to use this.
Yeah.
Only because this model is an overlaid texture. This is one on top of it.
Well, the costume outfit's not tight. It's like it looks like a costume.
This one is not.
The one she's wearing, it's kind of loose. Yeah.
No, it's actually tight. That's all just like shading on the model itself. That'd be easy to get rid of if I wanted. I was looking at that because it looks like there's lighting, but then if you actually like go and look at it up close, it's just flat. This is all just fake.
Oh, bump map.
No, bump maps are purely from lighting. There might be a bump map. Does look like they did put a bump map for it. Yeah, so that is a bump map.
No.
A little harsh or strong in the bump map. That does make that work a little better. It's like this is actually, I think, how the outfit should be. Somebody put the effort into making a little bit of something like this little like ripple right here. Being that the bump map is affected by that actually makes it look like clothing instead of just a retextured model. I can guarantee you this is also, this is bump mapped where you can have the edges. Bump maps are normally kind of low texture, so you can see the edge of it. That's actually, I would say, really good job on the person that made this for trying. And this is very harsh lighting. This is not realistic lighting, but it actually did a pretty good job of trying to make that look right. The only one that they didn't do right is the normal, where The legs have their split down the middle right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
and it actually even worse right there. But it's minor because most of the times you're going to be looking at shots where you can't really see it anyway. It's 12 years since I first watched one of your videos. It's been 12 years since I think I made a video. Wanted to be just like you. So I did. Now I'm an alcoholic.
Oh, nice.
Cheers.
Accurate.
Wow. You make me want to drink more.
Oh.
Did not expect that ending. All right, so I can keep that. I still think that there should be some kind of an armor to it, but I can deal with that later. I'm drinking whiskey. How about you? Yes. It's a whiskey Coke. Well, it's a caffeine-free Coke Zero with Windsor apple. I like Windsor apple, and it goes really well with Coke Zero. And it's cheap. I don't think Windsor's the best Canadian whiskey by far, but it's cheap. 175 is like $15, and it's apple. Like the apple one's really good. Regular Windsor, nah, I'd probably just get Canadian Club. Canadian Club to me is a better Canadian whiskey for cheap, but Canadian Club doesn't make apple. And actually, Windsor has a cherry now too.
Ooh.
And even this, I'd rather have a Crown apple, but Crown apple, the same size. So a whole 175 was like, I think 15 or 16 bucks when I bought it, American dollars. The same for a Crown is like 60 bucks. I'm not paying that. I only drink the cheap stuff. I'm drinking Passport Selection. It's not even real whiskey. To me, 15 bucks for a 175 for how long it lasts is cheap. Like, even if there was cheaper, it's not worth it. I think that's good. But yeah, I don't really, that it really just, if I have whiskey, it's a mixed thing. And if I'm going to just drink whiskey on its own, I'm probably going to do a scotch or something.
He's cute in that little costume.
No, so I wanted to see by comparison. So we have Rainbow Dash here. And in a shot, double check my camera here. More than likely, for doing a whole battlefield, I'm probably going to be at a 35. Because more 35 is for expansive, normally establishing shots like stuff. But if you're doing a whole horse's view or multiple, 35 is probably the best. So let's say the camera went up to like this kind of perspective, which it probably wouldn't. It would probably be, if I'm going to go up to anything, at most it would probably get to, I wouldn't even say like that. It'd probably be like this. I would probably want to have it be more of like a low level view. If you start going up like this, the higher I go, the harder it will be to maintain the effect. But if I move this horse all the way out here, how big do they look?
Tiny horse.
The idea is, if the character is perceivable at some distance, I'd probably want to put somebody at that distance. That is getting to me at the border of perceivable.
Yeah.
When you actually like process it, anything getting beyond that, you're going to start having difficulty determining, like maybe even horse from zebra type thing. Then I don't really have to worry about it. I can put people out there, but they can just like do robot things. I can put the lowest quality versions on. Even at this point, I wouldn't need to have a decent quality one at all either. But at least shows that's the maximum range to me that I probably would even really care about having the good detail of stuff. So if that's the case, that would be a circle from this point. So I want to probably continue it from there and there for the good, decent ground. And then after that, even at that point, like, even if I went up higher, say to like here, the trenches really wouldn't be visible past that. So I don't even have to worry about trenches. At that point, the angle is so low that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a trench and a regular flat ground.
I have a question.
Yes.
Why is this battle taking place in Maine?
Why is it in Maine?
Zoom out. That's Maine. Oh, now I don't know what it is.
It's in gas tank.
Washington State now.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
It does make sense that this would take place in Maine. Those horses. Get it? They're in Maine.
I decide if I want to fire you. Probably zoom out a little. Zoom a little close.
Amazing.
Go check stream chat for an image of a combination of the shuttle uniform and the Enclave armor.
Well, the Enclave armor wasn't even close to being a thing yet at this point. Yeah. It's neat. But the Enclave armor was not even a concept at this point in the war. It would come after the power armor, and the power armor wasn't a thing yet either.
It's neat. Sort of doable, though.
But it shouldn't exist.
Yeah, but they described that the armor looked like the Shadow Bolts.
This was like one of the first fights. It was basically just a uniform at this point.
Okay. Then, sure. Because they didn't have power armor yet.
They didn't have power armor yet. Big Macintosh wasn't dead yet.
This had to be very early in the war.
This was very early in the war.
Because I could do like I did for that Heroes bit of just load the Warhammer armor and then just shrink it down.
It makes sense at this point in the war. That's all she would be wearing because they weren't thinking about armor.
They were thinking about murder.
They were, yeah. They had started murdering.
Michael, it's horse murder. Do you know how many mares died, Michael?
No, they smooched. This battle was all about smooching. They smooched each other tired.
So she wore this to go smooching.
It's a nice smooching outfit.
This already looks like she's trying to be like in a JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, like cool. Like cosplay for a horse.
She is the ministry man. The ministry. Awesome.
I only drink okay, let's start an argument with chat. What is the best apple and why is Golden Delicious and why Red Delicious the worst apple ever? Okay, I'll agree. Red Delicious probably the worst apple. Yes. Yeah. It's too tart. No, not tart. Too dry.
It's boring.
Golden
Mealy.
Delicious, I probably would say is up there. I really like Fuji.
Or Gala.
I like the mushy. Fuji's a very mushy apple compared to like the crispness of the apple, and I like mushy apple. So I am a big fan of Fuji.
I mean, Granny Smith apples are going to be the best baking apples for anything, hands down.
I found the only physical description of Mega Spell in Project Horizons. Yeah, but if it's a Mega Spell that's not healing, it's essentially a nuke. Yes. Yeah. That's not going to help too much. If it's just going to be a big heal spell, but even here, like,
it's a massive across the field heal spell. It's basically just a heal bomb.
Yeah.
It'd be a nuke that heals thing.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't mix that. Oh.
Got spicy there at the end.
I don't know why that sank to the bottom, but
yeah, it's tart.
It was. I mean, whiskey's fine, Coke is fine, but when you have like mostly whiskey with a little Coke, it gets a little weird.
I like just whiskey.
Yeah, I know, just whiskey, but it's like saying it's when it's mostly whiskey, but then it's just a little bit of something else. Mm-hmm. Then it takes away from it. It gets weird. It's like watering it down.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm a Granny Smith. I love the acidity. Granny Smith, the green ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're fine, but they're a little too
like
tart for me. Yeah, for like biting out of. If it's already pre-cut and has like caramel to dip in it, yeah, I'll be fine. But I wouldn't just buy them to bite into.
No, they're a baking apple.
Red Delicious is the equivalent of derpy in the apple world. Bland, dry, and overused.
Wow. You just leave.
Yeah, that was me. He used teasing Michael because he hates puppies.
I like puppies. Fine. Like, I would hold and pet a puppy.
I don't know where that. Oh, actually, you know.
Cats.
Okay. So, about that point, so we need to kind of extend these out. That's 6. 5.
Actually bothered. I can't remember the villain's name.
I know what it was.
What is it?
Cute.
It was cute. She was cute.
That's what his name, Michael.
Mm.
Why would you name it anything else?
I am kind of bummed because I did ask. I was going to get a hard copy of the book. My mom was really pestering me to think of something to get for Christmas. I'm like, okay, I'll hold off on buying it and put it on my Christmas wish list. And then they ended up not getting it for me. And then now I can't get it anymore. And that's like, okay, guess I just won't do that again.
Well, when you put something on a Christmas list, it doesn't mean that is your list and you only can get from that list. They see something else.
Yeah, I know.
Christmas
I made a
wish
big
list.
deal about it.
Christmas list should be things that are nice to have. You should never put on there need to have.
I didn't need to have a hard copy of it.
You know what I need? I need on my Christmas list EpiPens. Just to, because if you don't get it for me, I'm gonna die.
I don't think I'll die without a copy of Heroes, but
Michael,
I am bummed.
there are
I
days
really want it.
where you have made it definitely look like if you don't get that horse, you're gonna die.
I need that horse.
Like when you were in the hospital before, the reason I ran you a charger wasn't for communication. It was because if you weren't able to get your daily horse and your phone died, you would have just died.
Yeah, I would have. I would have exploded. Pretty sure it's on a timer. Gotta have horse. When's Hasbro gonna do G6?
I just remember 10 years ago was the dilemma. People saying that bronies were furries. Took it personally and stopped shaving. Did they mean that? Don't know. Was that discussion ever stopped? Actually, the amount of people that were, there's a lot of bronies that when the fandom kind of started slowing down, just shifted into the furry fandom so they could have like something that kept going. And then we just lost them forever.
Yeah. Jay semi-shifted into the furry fandom.
He did, but then
he admitted he wasn't really into it.
Yeah, he wasn't really. Yeah, because it's a different personality for a lot of the people in that.
Yeah.
And I don't think he really got into that.
You have to really like fursuits.
Yeah. It's good to see him at the we did the Dave Buster's.
Yeah. We hung out. It was fun.
I do want to try to set up more stuff like that.
I want to do bowling. You can
always, if you want to schedule an event, you can.
Not that simple.
Why?
Because you're the leader.
No, you can schedule an event.
No, I have to confirm with the leader first. But I guess I just did, so.
Which bowling alley?
Bolio.
Where's that?
Eden Prairie.
That's a long way.
Not for John.
Eden Prairie?
No.
I mean the one by him.
There is a Bolio closer to us.
You mean Bolero?
Yeah. Bolio. It's like polio, but fun.
There's actually one up by my sister. Yeah, Eden Prairie is a long drive for most people. Mitch is about the only person that would have a short drive. Everybody else would be getting longer and longer.
Me, it's just my daily drive to work.
Yeah, no. There's one at Brooklyn Park, though.
Yeah.
That could work.
They got a nice arcade, too.
There's none by John. What were you talking about, John?
I was thinking of the one in Eden Prairie. Kind of by John.
No, it's not. John's east. That's west.
No.
The Brooklyn Park one's probably more centered because the last time we made my sister drive quite a distance, I'd rather.
That's cool.
If we're gonna do something again, that's a little closer to her. There's one that's literally 5 minutes from her, but I don't think we need to quite do that.
We can talk about it tomorrow. We'll be here.
Yeah. No, I'd be okay with doing bowling. Talk about bowling. Michael wants to go to Bolero.
Bolio.
He wants to get some bolio.
Yeah.
But I think it requires going to Africa.
To get bolio.
He needs to get in the iron lung for the bolio.
I think bowling would be fun.
I would agree. Maybe not for Kyle.
No, he's probably kick our butts. He's all practiced.
Yeah,
now.
he does bowling every 2 weeks. But
Probably
there's a
wants to-
difference between bowling and leagues and bowling because you don't give a shit.
Yeah, but he wants to show off his skills, I'm sure.
I don't know about getting bolio.
I don't know about getting bolio. What happens?
There's also Top Golf.
Yeah.
No, that one's neat because you don't have to be good. If anything, the worse you are, probably the funnier it would be.
Yeah, but you have to like golf.
It's not about liking golf because you're not actually really golfing. It's there's like mini games you play.
Is there a bar that you can drink
Oh yeah,
at
there's a bar.
while you golf?
Yes. The idea on that is that there's going to be other people that are potentially good, but there's going to be things out there, and you can just play mini games that are just about hitting towards something or doing something. It's not all about just hit the club to do something.
Is there going to be a screen that comes up to tell you how you did and has a cute little animation, little ball and pin people?
Maybe.
Better.
I don't know. I've never actually been there. Adam has been. I'm not big into golf per se. I just don't like. I don't like games where the object of the game is to do something for 3 seconds and then spend the rest of the game chasing it. That doesn't sound fun to me. All right, I whacked the ball over there. Now I got to go find it.
I've been
A lot of places people pay other people to go do that stuff.
I've been golfing like twice in my life and it was fine. I was good at the long drive and I couldn't putt from a putt.
Yeah, actually, I'd rather go mini putt. Mini putt's fun.
Mini golf, yes. Then I'm gonna either slow down on the talking or the beer. I don't know which one yet.
You slowing down on beer?
I know it's been a rough couple weeks. I feel fine though. Just can't stop coughing.
No, it's like, yeah, when I got over my pneumonia, I was fine, but that cough just would not go away.
Yeah.
You don't have to be sick for your lungs to have damage.
Yeah.
I had some damage. having pneumonia for like nearly 5-6 weeks.
Hey, why'd you do that? You should have just taken my fish pills.
No, I went and got pills once I confirmed it was that. It's just having a cough is one thing, but it was so minor that I really didn't think about it. But then when it suddenly like escalated really quickly, then I went in pretty quick afterwards and then got my pills and took care of it.
Did you see any dragons?
No, because I'm not weird. That would actually be pretty cool, though.
It wasn't.
Well, then why are you talking about the dragons?
I don't know. I want to know if you saw dragons. Don't worry about it.
The bowling place in South Minneapolis. The problem with South Minneapolis is just getting there.
I go there every day. Well, 5 days a week.
No, Michael. we're talking actual South Minneapolis, you're literally on the edge of the suburbs.
Yeah.
There's nowhere near Minneapolis. You're literally 20 minutes from Minneapolis.
This is all Minneapolis. as far as I'm
Technically, we're
concerned.
for mailing address, yes. But no, you're not Minneapolis. So if you're saying that, then by saying South Minneapolis, you are literally covering a like 80 square mile area.
Yeah. You guys are
Edenberry is not Minneapolis.
you guys are very much from here when you start like making these like that's not Minneapolis, because anywhere else in all of the world, if they ask where are you from, you don't say Eden Prairie, you say Minneapolis.
When people ask the question, it depends. If it's somebody from from the States, I'll say specific to the city.
Yes.
But if somebody asks from outside, I'll generally just say Minnesota city area, because that's all you ever really need to say. They don't think Duluth when you say
Yeah.
cities. They think of only the one. When I say South Minnesota, I mean actually Minneapolis, but south side of 94. Yeah. That is correct. Get with the Minnesota Times.
Oh man, you guys are it's all just Minneapolis, man.
Mindianapolis.
Minneapolis. Y'all, Minneapolis. You joke, but a lot of people say that.
Yes,
especially
that's
back
why
home.
I said that.
Yes.
When I worked in trucking,
Mindianapolis.
when I worked in trucking, you would often hear people say weird, because we have a lot of Indian name cities.
Yeah.
So we have like people would call and say we have a delivery for Shakopee.
or White Zata.
Wazara, when that's Wayzata, a Shakopee or Shakopee, which is it is Shakopee, but they call it Shakopee. Or my favorite one was Anaka,
Yeah.
and I could not figure out what the hell they were talking about for the longest time. And then they gave me the zip code. And I'm like, you mean Anoka? There's an O in the middle of that, and they're like, oh, is that how you say it? That's not even a city. That's a county.
I can tell he's definitely from,
Minnehaha is a fun one too.
from Indianapolis.
But we have a lot of Indian names ones. But to me, Shakopee, that doesn't sound Indian to me. But it's because when you're born and raised for it, it's just the name of the city.
How do you say the name of the city that I went to school in?
Louisville?
No. I know he's kind of messing with me, but I think if he tried, he'd say it wrong still.
Louisville?
Say it again?
Louisville?
Oh.
I didn't put normally I say Louisville,
Oh.
but I know that's farther off than what I
Yeah,
said
you were
first.
close.
Lulville.
Now you're further away.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't make the mouth do the thing.
Louisville.
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 Louisville. Louisville. Vull.
Vull.
Not Ville. Louisville.
Not Ville.
Louisville. Okay. See, no, that's just Louisville.
Yeah.
Then why do they have all the other letters?
It's Louisville. There is an I in there.
I've been watching some various Vsauce videos, and he had words that he was popping up with that he was saying, this is how you say this. And the word didn't look at anything like that, but he said, oh, but technically in this word, this part is said like this, and this word is said like this, and this word is said like this. So this is the word church. And it was like with V's and O's and stuff, but technically he wasn't wrong. And I thought that was funny. What's some of the other
I know
weird Minnesota ones?
Minnesota.
Like Coon Rapids is easy.
Yeah.
Blaine's easy. Ridley's easy.
Hennepin, I could see being.
It's not. I don't want to consider that like Indian or
it's
Native
definitely
American,
not.
but I could see that being potentially a little difficult.
I actually know enough about the history of this area to know that who that Hennepin County is named after. And it's the same person dedicated to the basilica.
This is like an old trivia, but St. Paul, the capital of the state.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what its original name was?
Nope.
Before St. Paul, we're talking like a long time ago.
I have no idea.
Pig's Eye.
That's better. They should have changed
Kinda,
it.
yeah, but it used to be called Pig's Eye. St. Paul didn't want to be the capital. wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't want to be a capital either.
Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons. I don't know. I don't know any negatives to being the capital other than, I guess, if you just really don't like politicians. Tends to bring a lot of jobs and money into.
It depends. Like some towns, if they're smaller, like when they were originally becoming capitals, they probably were like, no, we just want to be a small farming town. We just want to do this. And they're like, no, you got to now do this. And
Some place has to do the administration.
yeah, but it's always going to be what is it? The not in my backyard approach. So it is between St. Paul or St. Cloud and St. Paul. One would be the capital, and the other be the prison. St. Paul wanted the prison for the money. You know, it's fine because St. Paul's a prison now. Okay, I think that's okay. I gotta go a little bit. Nope, I'm not quite.
Did you get some broken
all the way
trees
around.
and craters?
Go up through at least this, and after that, I can start going even cheaper with my stuff. But that's where I'm going to start potentially making the ground a little bit more even.
I think since nearly the beginning of the war in Fallout Equestria, the ponies were on the losing end of it. I mean, nearly all the war was fought in Equestria, which is never good.
You don't want the war on your home turf.
No.
That's like America has benefited so much by the only wars it's ever fought on its turf was to win its independence to even become a country, which I consider that to be pre-country, or against itself. Other than like what, there was one Japan bomb, other than Hawaii.
Alaska had a small incursion during
during World War II. Japan did do a bombing in the States.
Yeah.
But it was like one.
Wasn't it like a bunch of weather balloons?
It was like a firebombing something, but it was like not really a problem. But it's just America's kind of in a strategic position in the world stage.
We're hard to hit.
Yeah, especially once we buy or take over Greenland. It's going to be a lot easier to defend ourselves from the evil of people that want to throw wars for no reason by throwing a war for no reason to attain a territory ourselves.
Yeah, we already have a military base in, so it doesn't make
we
any
already
sense.
make up the majority of what would be the presence on the country as it is. But funny. We need to protect our country by starting a war. What?
With our allies.
With
it's
our
already helping
allies.
us protect our country.
It's funny. Very funny.
Really, it's the lithium. They have lithium. But
yeah, that's just saying the quiet part out loud, Michael.
Yeah, I know.
And that's because I've been watching that For All Mankind, and in the season I'm in, they find an asteroid that is full of iridium.
Yeah.
And it is estimated to be in early 2000s dollars worth 20 trillion.
Yeah.
And so the whole thing was, oh, we need to get this. And then everything being done from a country's perspective at the cost of others people's lives to make something happen. And then the other people going, fuck that. And like, because resources are important.
I think you would like the movie Don't Look Up.
Yeah, that's I know
the premise.
I thought we saw that one.
Did we watch it?
That had
together?
Matt Damon in it, didn't it?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay, yeah, I mixed those two up.
I can understand.
Yeah, yeah, I know that movie. I thought we watched it because it was at the end, like they literally all die.
I've seen it twice. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was really good.
Yeah.
I swear I've seen it.
I've seen it twice. I think one of the times was probably.
It was back before we had the basement collapse. I had to redo it. I remember watching it in the old position. How does one practice for New Orleans? Shirt up, skirt up. I think it says skirt down. Shirt up, shirt down. What else to prep for other than how to say is it New Orleans or New Orleans?
New Orleans.
How's New Orleans?
I've played enough Gabriel Knight to pronounce it properly.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Gabriel.
Apparently Tim Curry came back to voice for the third one, but I couldn't get into it. It had a really janky appearance. It was real early 3D, which Sierra is kind of what killed Sierra as a company. They tried to jump on the 3D bandwagon too quickly. I guess it wasn't a bandwagon. They were trying to trend set, but like they were not ready.
Yeah, it's a little rough when like I would say even with Final Fantasy, when you get to the peak of pixel and you can have tons of detail.
Yeah.
But then you move to Final Fantasy VII, and in many ways, it was a backtrack in terms of fidelity, but it's because you're on a whole new engine, and now there's this learning curve and everything. Going from 2D to 3D is such a big jump, but then now I think we're almost well past the point of where it's at the end of 2D was, where we're even 3D is now like, I mean, we need to get into 4D.
Yeah.
If we want to really
That's what
optimize our
VR
games.
is.
No, VR isn't 4D. You're 4D, right?
It is, I don't know. No, Sierra went from these like beautiful 2D illustrations, their video games, to 3D that was essentially just Cloud from Final Fantasy VII.
Which is fine, but it's again like it's a very stark difference, and it's not as good for storytelling.
No.
And I can understand why that would be a negative for them.
It hurt to look at.
It was a transition that was hard for everybody.
I guess, but some people just kind of stuck to the 2D rather than try to like be the first to do. The 3D was big at the time. It just looks so jank.
Okay, so now this one is going to be extra. Just be a little careful with this. I don't want to suddenly make it look like there's just a big old hill back there.
Like, you remember what Gabriel Knight looked like vaguely, right?
Vaguely, yeah.
That's what 3 looked like.
No, I don't think it's that bad, actually.
It's horrible.
No, I think that's actually pretty decent. That's not really different than like Resident Evil looked.
Resident Evil 1, yeah.
No, I don't think it's bad. I would actually give that an okay.
Yeah.
Like that was better than Final Fantasy VII was.
Yeah.
But Final Fantasy VII was trying to be a lot more expansive in some of the different areas and stuff you could go to. That's closer to what Final Fantasy VII's like maybe combat was, because that was not the world map. It's just the problem with early like Final Fantasies was the world maps weren't just sprites.
Yeah.
It was a flat image with you walking over it.
Yeah.
There was really very little 3D actually out and about in the whole world because it just couldn't handle it or something. So I think we have to add probably where am I at with this? So we're over here. Like at this distance, especially with the camera and stuff, there's no way to tell a difference between all the different ones. So I think that's fine.
Look at the other rainbow.
It's a little extra flat on the ground, but I'm kind of okay with that. I probably will make a little bit more hills in the middle, but I want to do it like
You can break it up with rocks and trees. And
that's
stuff.
what I was going to say. I can probably start working on that now. Yeah, adding rocks, trees.
You can get dead trees.
Yeah, they have to be all dead. Well, technically, depends. If this was a fairly new battle, the tree wouldn't be dead.
This is towards the end of the battle.
Yeah, but how long is the battle?
Long.
Like a year?
Like think World War II battlefield.
Yeah, maybe like a week.
Yeah.
Because the tree's not going to.
bombardment.
The leaves that fall are going to take time to go from green to something else.
They're not. They haven't fallen. The trees are charred. They burned.
Why was that?
Artillery.
Why did they do that?
Because it's a war.
But I thought you said they were the smooching.
They are smooching.
Then why are the trees on fire?
The smooching's intense.
It's so hot.
That's a tree right there. She's on fire.
Michael's over here, like, he's like, they're smooching. And then he's like, but they're all on fire and dying.
Just get the trees from Fallout.
What?
The trees from Fallout. The burnt, charred husk tree.
I don't know if I have trees specific from Fallout. Well, plus I don't think. Oh, they aren't gone. I don't know if I have the trees.
Supposed to. You don't have the trees. I'm thinking Fallout 3 more than Fallout 4, though.
All I have is Fallout 3.
Okay.
Oops, that's not what I want. No, why am I even listening to you?
Because I have good ideas.
I'm just gonna go grab
Who's that tree.
I had a dead tree and you're like, not that dead tree.
That tree wasn't
grab
dead there. Those are good trees.
Michael.
What?
Big.
Make them smaller. That's not a dead tree.
That's not a dead tree.
No, that's a winter tree. That tree's alive. It's just winter.
Michael.
Difference.
This is from Fallout. It's from Fallout, Michael.
I like that tree. That tree in there. That tree fell over. Got sick.
I don't want to do anything too big. Yeah, that is this tree, Michael.
Yeah, that tree don't look dead.
Fallout 3 models.
That's the liveliest looking Fallout 3 tree. That tree's dead. That tree's dead.
I don't like these. Kind of crappy.
Well, they're dead.
I want detailed dead.
They're pretty dead.
Russia will let us have Greenland in exchange for Ukraine. How does Russia have any control over Greenland? I'm not sure on that one.
Apples, apples, apples. Apples, apples.
Oh, voice impression. A dead tree. All I know is the book Dead Tree, and they got the Tank Horse Girl. I haven't read it. I have a hard copy of it.
Wait, you have Horse Book?
Mm-hmm. That I haven't read. It's the only one I haven't read. No, I have Duck and Cover too. I also haven't. But I imagine she's like, boom, boom. I'm the cute green horse from Dead Tree. Boom, boom. Fiora wrote me into existence with explosions. And boom, boom, boop me on the nose. Boom, boom.
Exactly.
I haven't read the book, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly how she.
Yeah, I think you were exactly like
Correct.
perfect horse.
That's Dead Tree.
No, Michael, this is the one I had before.
No, I was for her. That tree's dead, not dead.
This one's not dead.
It's got too many branches. They can get blown away by artillery shells. Look at all that fragile branch.
So
stuff.
you're saying this tree is perfectly fine?
Yes.
Healthy.
Uh-huh.
It's only broken off here. And here. And
It's
there.
a windstorm.
And there.
How is it broken off in those places, but the tiny branches held on?
Because. Michael, don't question the Fallout logic.
I just don't like that tree. It's your favorite tree, not my favorite tree. I like that tree.
My problem with using these models is I only have like 10 trees to pick from. And it's just going to be a repeat of all those trees now.
You know.
I can't go and grab any other trees.
You can like put some of the trees falling over. Some of the trees
No,
be
because
upside
there's this
down.
big base of ground. I can't put them falling over.
Some tree.
There is a fallen over tree. There is this one.
Yeah. He's not dead.
This one's not dead.
No. Just murdered Rainbow Dash.
How is this tree not dead?
That tree's fine.
It's a very rare
It just
horizontal
needs-
tree.
It needs a little water. I did see a thing where a tree got blown over and completely ripped out of the ground, and that its branches managed to form root. The ground it got like knocked over into and
Yeah, because plants don't give shit.
yeah, as long as they got some nutrients, figure it out.
They're probably going to be the best rocks to use.
I can't remember, but Greenland was offered. I don't know if it was during Trump's turn. I feel like it was way well early. But the price tag was too high, and I guys didn't want it. Is that a Paw Patrol thing?
Yeah, Paw Patrol movie.
Why do you have that?
This is Rocky. Look at Michael. Look at that fluffy tail.
You can use him in this scene.
Look at that fluffy tail.
You can have him dead on the field. He does not get brought
Oh wow,
back.
Michael! Look at those teeth.
That is
That's
detail.
way better. He's the recycling doggy. He's gonna go around it before that mega spell goes off. He's gonna make sure that all that meat gets recycled.
He's gonna lie to me about plastic.
probably.
Been paid by corporation. Which lies.
Oh, there's Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Oh, there's your favorite is Chase.
He tasers children.
Azuma. With his something. Oh, he does water. He must be in the Navy. And he's in the Department of Energy. This dog is just pyromaniac.
He set some people on fire.
I mean, look at that face. He's
He's watching them burn.
and then this one, he just gets a gold star. This is the one he tasers you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he steals your money.
Then he pisses off.
Yeah,
Walks away.
that's kind of the normal police thing, yeah. What was I looking for? Tree. No, no more, no horse.
She's on the calendar right now. So she had wings.
Why does she have wings, Michael?
Because I didn't notice that she had wings.
Because you didn't commission art for your calendar. You
You
just AI'd it.
Because I would have never been able to afford the commissioned art for that.
Yeah,
You know?
because it's better to just not give artists.
Give them what?
Money.
I don't have the money to give them.
You don't?
Not for that.
Why not?
Because I'm not doing that. That would be a waste. It just wouldn't
wait,
happen.
giving money to artists is a waste.
No, I give plenty of money to artists, just not for that. That would have
Oh,
been
so you don't want good art
a
from artists.
small
You want
fortune.
cheap. All it would have been was 12 art.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And getting it all before, like, when I thought about that calendar, it was like 2 weeks before.
Everybody has a price.
No.
You just have to pay a little extra.
It would have been thousands of dollars for a calendar.
Yep. And so you went and said, you know what? I'm just going to pay AI instead.
You pay him nothing.
Yeah,
It's
that's
free.
why. There we go. There we go. Michael hates YouTubers.
One right now.
why would I do the money?
You rich. Don't let them lie to you.
I'm reaching friendship love.
No.
No.
No. Someday.
Someday I'll be a real friend.
They have enough LNG to threaten Russia's energy market. That's what worked there. one more booze.
Technically, this is my third booze
How is that your third booze?
because I was at my boss's retirement party.
Wow.
I had 2 blue moons while I was there, like big glasses. I had one, and then I'm like, do you want another?
Yes.
So I started drinking at like 3.
That's what they mean by alcohol.
But yeah, I'm gonna probably go with it.
Look at all the socks. Who's the horse that attached to me? Look at that horse.
My socks. Oh yeah, it's got the weird coloration. Let me fix that. And I'm gonna go use the restroom quick. Keep forgetting to turn that. Oh, not that one. This one looks better like that. Yeah, I don't know why the games don't match. This now matches between the 2 screens, but it feels like it doesn't match in an actual game. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna use the restroom.
All right. Oh.
No, no smooching.
Need to copy it. Disable. Tells me how to do it. And I forget. Push over here. Slowly making her way. Making her way down. Fucking. I'm being good. Not doing anything. Get over here. Hey, I'm busy.
I like how you tried to hide that you're trying to hide you're doing anything by just backing up, but still doing things.
Why? I was having trouble moving Rainbow Dash.
Why?
Because I'm bad.
All right, I'll believe that one.
One.
Oh, you went and... Wait, hold on. Okay.
I'm trying to find my pad. I made it.
What is it?
I got her over there. It took a few tries.
It's like you overshot.
She's fast.
She's fast.
Yeah.
This is where she's under the ground.
She's like little mole.
I can't do more than She's a mole.
Yeah. Innocent, yes.
I'm sorry. All right. There will be some bushes. But I need dead bushes. And dear Esther, oh
Very alive.
yeah, because you can have dead bushes. Problem is, most bushes are gonna look like this. Anything that has transparency
You
on.
could almost go with tumbleweed and then just have it sticking up a bit.
I don't know if there's really any good tumbleweed models. They have dead bush looking things, but it's just like I was saying. Any bush tends to be a flat texture that has some method of like transparency, and transparency always shows up like this. It's really hard to like judge what is a good one because you can't really see it.
I feel like you should type in.
Oh, that's alien. No, they wouldn't call it dead. Normally, though, just scrolling through like that, eventually I'd just be scared of it crashing, but nope, it doesn't give a shit.
Just go new day.
Well, fun. I looked up bush. I should look up foliage.
What a tiny horse.
I don't like that most of the horse stuff's at the top of this list, and it just pops up on preview, and then you get so excited.
And I've never seen. Oh, look at that.
What?
Show up. I don't know. Back farm.
No, I did.
More dead stuff.
This looks more like dead for a long time.
Yeah.
Something that's scorched would still have some pieces of the small stuff around. This is live
Ooh, you
tree.
could just have that and then like have the bit sticking up.
No, because I'd have to get rid of the tree bits, and that would probably involve transparency overrides, which don't really go well.
You just really need dead sticks. Lots of break.
Dead. There we go.
That guy in there. Dead bacon.
I was like, this better not be called Dead Pig,
Dead pig.
but it's called Dead Rising.
Dead pig.
Dead Bodies.
Maybe a lot of dead rising stuff.
That's Dead Bodies. I'm getting some weird stuff.
Dead horse. Oh no.
Moo.
Ooh, this-
Wait, is that a cow? Yeah.
what per dead bird?
Dead Dove. Looks pretty good to me.
No.
It's sleepy. Dead Ankle? Dead Bush. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but that bush looks like it died from underwatering, not a war.
Yeah, but you're not going to have every little thing blown away. You're still going to have some, like, that's where I wanted to do something like this, where I can understand the tree getting burned away, but if there was an area that happened to survive because it happened to have less bombings or something around it,
Yeah.
there would be a little patch of things
Yeah.
that survived. So that's where I want to do that.
Hmm.
And also, I mean, where are the mares going to go to hide and smooch?
In the trenches. They smooch in the trenches. That's what they're for.
Uh-huh.
Secret smooch.
Watering plants is like war.
You know. So you could just use the top of those trees.
Oh, look, that's a
those
tile.
deer.
Take a nap.
Lewd.
Lewd?
Yeah.
Maybe we can use that for apple snack.
Yes. That's Apple Snack. He's big.
Michael, they saw the horse.
Excited.
It's just horse. It's like, what? Dead grass.
Like the top of those trees. Oh, dead grass bees. Well, yeah.
That's pretty good. Because even in Fallout, in grass that looked like it would be like impossible to grow, there was stuff. Because like the way I see it,
Not the healthiest grass, but
no, but like anything that's out here, not by a rock, not by a tree, is more than likely going to be low grass that is going to die and get blown off real quick. Anything by a rock, you're going to have taller grass because that just like we had a rock in our backyard that I put there at one point, and like the grass just grew really heavy around it because it had that nice balance of shade. It gathered water from around it. You're always going to have tall grass go around an object, like a rock or something. So it makes sense that there would be a bunch of taller grass that would be kind of up around them. So I don't think I have to specify dead grass. Everything here be dead.
have you not looked at World War II battlefields? They burned no man's land. Bushes hid enemies.
Yeah, but in general, like if this is supposed to be, because Fluttershy's not going to pop up at the front lines, she's going to be in the further back.
This is
lines.
the front line.
Well, there's a front, and then there's the further
And
back.
they actively are battling the war here.
Then why did Fluttershy just land here?
Because that's where the ponies need help. That's where they're injured are. On the
No, like
battlefield.
this looks better than nothing.
You know.
So shut up. I did want to start getting some of this lighting figured out a little bit, just so I can have a better idea and whatever. I could load up a map that had some kind of like default lighting instead of trying to do some of the lighting myself, but I feel like that's probably not going to go great either. So we'll just do it this way. We'll do big, bright light. We'll do... We have to be very, very, very far away for this because I need to make sure that all these lights are hitting at a pretty even level. So we're going to put this one at, I'm going to guess 30,000. Because 30,000 is, because I think it's like 24,000 is max Z. Yeah, just under 30,000, which means this should be about as far as I can go before it's in, like, I can't see anything anyway.
Okay.
Who's? Yeah, I can already see like the maps coming up from behind there. But max distance doesn't mean max like good lighting. All right, that is definitely too dim. I don't need to make him too much brighter. Let's try 4. It's probably gonna be pretty good. Because if it's cloudy, that means most of the light is coming from all directions. You're not really going to have shadows. So even on this, like, well, there is shadows because I have to increase the min. The min should be increased to just about the point of... Oh, that's why I was not going to use it. It was outside the map. That's also why it was extra bright. Now you can see shadow. But I would say they're not very sharp. Why can't... Oh, there we go. So now I can see shadow. The quality is crap. Pattern. Anything beyond, I would say, about that circle of visibility is not going to matter too much. But I'm wondering if I should back up further. I can probably see if I can get away with it from here. Don't forget mud and puddles.
Puddles,
Mud
yes.
is going to be difficult because mud is just darker ground. Puddles is doable, though. but it means anywhere where there is a puddle, I would have to try to figure out how to do darker ground. That maybe
You don't have to do puddles. It could be
maybe
a dry week.
people can post their pictures of their phones on making love to Inspector Gadget. Go Gadget extend. So this is going to be a cloudy day. It should be not white light. It should be slightly blue light. It's just clouds.
Yeah,
we'll
like a
do.
couple at a picnic table, just having lunch. All about.
It looks like Paw Patrol.
No. There you. A beautiful horse lady. Is it not a beautiful horse lady? Licking.
Okay. That light is probably going to be a lot dimmer in the final, just because I have to do at least 3 lights for this whole area to make it work, and each of those is going to amplify on top of each other, and it's not going to work very well. So I would say this one here. It's you kind of doing 3-point lighting. You do from 3 different angles. That should, because if you do 2, you're going to run into our shadows on the edges, but 3 kind of fills in all the gaps. That can be perfect. It would be 3s, 120 degrees, but looking just close.
This is like
Right now.
perfect boot, as far as I've good.
The Moojus.
Yeah, the milk stout, the oatmeal milk stout. I think that's great. I could drink those all day. I'm betting the calorie count on this is ridiculous. Directly after the mega healing spell, it was replaced by the bone deep chill, where the body was soaked in rain. The trench had become squishy with mud. So it was raining.
No, they mentioned
immediately
that.
after the.
Oh, yeah, they mentioned that it was looking like it was going to.
Oh. Hi. You have salty attitude.
Oh, salty attitude.
I'ma call you salty.
Oh.
No.
Oh, because there's shadow lights. Disable shadow. Now I can get light. Okay. Not a troll account, I promise.
Well, I didn't assume.
I'm gonna say, have me going for a little bit.
This. I do have to warn you. This is a troll stream. Like, there's a My Little Pony character in the middle of a World War II battlefield. That's not real. It's nonsense.
OG name was taken. I actually had the issue. So, like, when I created my name, it was I picked it because I don't like numbers and names. I wanted to have something that was nice, letters as a single name, not multi-part, just have a nice flat name. And so I picked something that was using 2 words from Oblivion, back when Xbox 360 was a thing, with Argonians and Daemons. And so I thought I'd just do that. And I'm like, well, nobody will ever have this name on any account. Then I made a YouTube and I made videos, and then now that name became known and people just sniped accounts. So I do not have my name on TikTok, and I think on Tumblr. Those ones were taken before I could get to it. Somebody just, yeah, because there's no way that anybody could just by chance come across that name. So stupid. But the Twitch just skipped back like 30 seconds for no reason. I bet that apparently they thought that part was very important.
Yes. The whole point of this entire stream is for him to bring horses onto the stream, picture in front of him, and then as a group, collectively, together, we try to convince him, sometimes successfully. You haven't been here for very long, so you don't know. But sometimes successfully convince him to make the horses smooch for our entertainment. So,
yeah, this is a source filmmaker. Trying to, we're doing a map build.
No
Trying
smooching.
to, I'm in the void right now. But it's going to be a cloudy day, but it's one of those that like, no matter how I light it, it's not going to look right until I get a sky up there. So I probably should just do that. Can I get away with a sky card on this?
I would hope so. You're gonna need one.
No, it's, hello, socks. Looking to Blender. Yes, I have, but Blender has some negatives. Like I'm not a modeler. So yes, we get it, socks.
It sucks.
It is, Blender doesn't have the model library that you would like to have on here. It has much longer render times, much higher learning curve. Yeah, you can get a lot more detail, but when you're working with characters that are already kind of cartoony, you really don't need the detail. So I'm kind of been fine with where I'm at. I can make something much faster. So, and I prefer the speed. I'm not very fast at what I do, but I'm comfortable with it.
It's a very good question, Nolan.
I think these lights need to be brought up a bit higher. Clouds will be coming technically from all angle, but mostly from straight up. I think I'm going to just do all three of these at a harsher angle. Is there a time limit on socks? There's a time limit on socks because fuck you. No, because because it's a full screen thing. So I didn't want to have it be where somebody was just constantly doing it and covering up parts of the screen if I was trying to like explain how something was done. Any of the full screen ones I have on a cooldown. Same with like Big Dirt. Little True Bender is also known for crashing a lot and disintegrating any PC that has it installed. Yeah, like the one really big thing I like about SFM is I can run on anything. It's basically been the same software for 10 years. I have a laptop with a 3060 I think in it. It can run SFM the same as my PC. There's really no difference. So I could technically jump between the two to work on stuff. The render times aren't atrocious. I think the worst I'm ever going to find for any like a frame rendering is like anywhere from 18 to 20 seconds a frame, where in Blender, if you have sufficiently advanced stuff going on, you could have like half an hour per frame. Oh. You can still make stuff look good. Just takes a little bit extra time sometimes. Some of these I'm gonna use negative lights to try to fade that a little bit. No matter what I do, it's not gonna quite be realistic shadows on those areas because source being source. But also like even here, you can see like the edge of the light coming in. I really don't care because it's the edge of the light in general. But let's do that sky car though. I still have to figure out the hill in the distance and stuff, but
You could almost just keep that one.
no. They said it was cloudy.
That's cloudy.
Flat color.
It's one big cloud.
I technically have one to use. I don't think I have it on here though. Other one.
You should totally check out the Argo Damon
Yeah, I don't
YouTube
know
channel, where you could like see how cool its animations are.
Yeah, I guess.
Apples, apples,
Doing this
apples.
for like, I think somebody mentioned 12 years.
Apples,
For a
apples.
long time. I got voice suppression. Well, apparently some people really want me to put those little overlays that I have up on somewhere.
How far can you look back at your videos before it's too far back and you don't want people to actually see those?
No, once you get past horse, there's only like 3 or 4 videos, and it's like Gmod stuff from me playing
Like-
around.
Where you go far enough back where you're ashamed of what you did.
No,
No? Okay.
I have. It only goes back like a year past horse, and it was just like me playing around with scripting in Gmod to do certain things.
I was talking about it like a.
Thank you for the UFSLDI too. Thank you very much for the follow. Rathless says, "Oh yeah, I did the Rathless says stuff too." I've always wanted to go back to that, but yeah.
It doesn't look good in socks.
No, Rathless stuff is if I wanted to actually like get popular on social media and YouTube, Rathless says would have killed it.
Yeah.
But there's only so much audio, and I would have killed it for a little while before having to branch out, and then I'd have to like get models commissioned and other things done, and it just would have been way too much work. Didn't want to deal with that. My Twitter account still has a lot of like, I think last I checked, still has like 28,000 people that from like 2 months I was running it. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the sky card. This sky card is going to need to be yeah, much further back than it already is. I'm probably gonna have to go to, like, I would say to here, make sure it's looking right. That's, I do need to go a little bit past the edges because this camera probably will spin a little bit. Like, yeah, I don't think that's gonna, well, for one, it's not lit. Problem is, if I do a full cloud layer like I have one for, it's not going to probably look right going to horizon. And this shot is going to start from down here.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a little tough. This is probably going to start from, I would say, probably back here. And I do not want to use Sky Dome. Sky Domes don't look as nice.
Maybe we can do.
Just Sky Domes have the benefit of you don't want to look
360,
up,
yeah.
but you can look a lot more up. But let me see what this has for. This Sky Domes, at least in terms of the details on it, these they're really good. Like, they're really good. This
Mars?
What is that?
Maybe Mars Dragon.
Mars Dragon. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
get it. Sure. Look kind of horsey.
Yeah, I think that is a dragon.
Is this free
cloud.
software or paid? Oh, it's free. It's 100% free. And most of the models you can get for it are free too.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's nothing on here that is like cloudy. Like there's somewhat cloudy, but nothing like rain cloud. This isn't enough.
No. Needs to be like a strata
Yeah.
clouds across the board. No cookie derbies. No
She
cookies.
sold that cookie.
You know.
Yeah. And wait, for real? I definitely look into it. Yeah. SFM's been free since day one. The problem with SFM is it's 32-bit software, so you have to deal with like RAM being an issue. But there is a mod like I put on only a couple months ago finally that runs it in a compatibility layer with Vulkan, and that increases RAM efficiency to where I don't have RAM issues anymore. So it would just crash when you hit like 3.5 gigs of RAM, which kind of sucked. There is an update to the software for running on Source 2, but it misses. Doesn't have some of the features that I would consider essential for running on for what I need, and it also doesn't have access to some models, and porting of old models doesn't work so well. But if you don't mind that and you just want to play around in that one technically is better. It's 64-bit, it has better lighting.
I've never seen anybody use it for anything but animating the models from Half-Life Alyx. But
Yeah. Because so a sky dome, for the most part, is better, but a sky dome building a sky dome is difficult. You have to think through 4 or 5 textures, and then you have to do some weird linking thing to make them all like connect. And I don't know how that works. I haven't checked the workshop in a while for that though. Is there any other sky domes? Ooh, Doom. And those are a lot of those are red.
Yeah.
But like this one,
Neat.
just remove the, well, like you can't even
No.
really modify the texture. Is
You
this
need
an
like
actual
a solid cloud layer?
It says there's 22. This is not 22. I like having options. What is this called? You broke the rule. Oh no, there it is. Okay, good. I was like, you're supposed to put the name of the model at the end. Okay, thank God. And they also named it correctly. You're gonna make a Skydome model. Call it Skydome. The other one. Is this one HDR? I don't remember what I downloaded. So Dune 2016. Okay, so that's this one. What is this one?
Ooh.
That's the same one I had before. Oh, this is like they went full circle.
Yeah. That's like world ending right there.
Yeah, and that's not cool, but like probably not what I'm looking for.
No.
This, but
Maybe app.
no, like I thought, this one's got skins. I load this body group animation bit because it lets me do a slider instead of like manually selecting between them a little quicker. Well, also don't like that it's only at this like little top bit, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little weird. Oh. Unless I think I see what it's doing here. I am too close. Because this would be what I would actually be looking at from like a normal zoom perspective.
Mm-hmm.
At this perspective,
Yeah. You just can't make it big enough in this box you're in.
yeah, but it's and no, I can't make it big enough in general.
Yeah.
You're running into Z limitations. If I put it down like this, that actually gets pretty decent because it then actually looks like it's going off into a distance. I kind of like that. It doesn't really work for this specific instance of what I'm doing. Yeah, none of those are cloudy enough.
That one was pretty decent.
And I love the non-HDR. What does HDR mean? It needs to be like it's gonna rain or something. Apparently it just means it's brighter.
Just better image quality.
Just looks like they call it HDR because it's higher contrast. These are completely different ones too.
Yeah.
That was just blurrier. The nice thing though is because it's a sky dome, even though this is kind of like goofy in its like range and whatever, you don't have to make it perfectly circle around me. I just have to make it close enough from the perspective of this area. Or to put it down here. Far away. And do it from like there. The problem I would have with it is detail wise, it's going to be kind of trashy.
Yeah.
Even then, I think it's kind of meh. I don't want that one either. Let me try that.
Salty. I recommend watching Australia. One of my favorites.
Were you the most happy? That's not Salty. That was Niski asking.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying Salty.
Oh, I think most of the newer apps use x64. But again, I will definitely can do it. Yeah, the newer apps, sure. This one doesn't. But that is fine with me. But which one were you the most happy to be done with? Because some of them are like, I was happy to be done with it to see what people thought, and there's other ones that I was just happy to be done with it so I could move on. Probably Remembrance. In that regard, it was one of the first projects that just really took a while, and I was kind of glad when it was finally moving forward. It's either that or Rocket Surgery, because Rocket Surgery I worked on and off for like 2 years.
I have a confession. There's one of your videos that I wasn't super thrilled with when you were working on it. Is it gonna get me in trouble to say which one it is, or it's just like, you mean you didn't like one of my horses?
Well, I'm trying to.
I
think.
liked it. I just wasn't glad. Like,
I'm just trying to think of which one had
crazy.
like tons of stallions.
No, it had mares. It was only mares. It had 2 mares for the most part, and then more at the end. It was fun making it. I just didn't think people would like it so much. But it turned out people did like it. So I'm wrong about stuff.
That could maybe work.
Problem is, I don't remember the name of it.
Who are the horses?
Well, that's going to give it away.
2 horses with more at the end?
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't have been Lyra Fatale.
Nope.
That's not 2 horses.
It's a more recent-esque one. At least in my brain, it's fairly more recent.
Not a Strayo. Not Applejack, it's a tractor.
That was fun.
That one, I have to rerender that one. I did fix it today. I just have to go back and re-render
okay.
it. She's jashed at it free in it. No. 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 No.
So much cute.
Oh no. Oh no. No, no. No.
Naysaying.
Hmm?
I like naysaying.
Yeah. Oh, Pinky Party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People liked it. I'm glad people liked it. I think part of it was a bit more violent than I enjoyed.
It's not violent.
It's kind of violent.
How is this violent?
She's getting dragged away screaming.
Yeah, but she's going
How
to
is that not violent?
going to a party.
Also tries to shoot Pinky.
Oh, this is
Other people like it. That's what's important.
Sky domes will block the light.
Derby Star Wars is is amazing. The only problem with that one is that he didn't play it. He didn't have the music be Uptown Girl.
Because of copyright.
I mean, rail against the machine, man.
I mean, copyright is in, it wouldn't have been able to be public.
Yeah, but I would have enjoyed it privately.
You had your edit.
I did.
Knightley even tried to do something with that, and he couldn't.
It's true.
He had to do the kazoo version.
It was amazing in its own right.
Yeah, it was like,
It worked so well, and I was watching it, and I don't know why. I was like, "This would be amazing to Uptown Girl," and then he does it as a joke, and it turned out it was just perfect.
that's not too bad. Clouds.
You didn't even have them moving slightly.
Very slightly.
Yeah.
But then as soon as I add those clouds, the question becomes, this is not blue enough. Like I had already made them blue and now it's not blue enough.
Yeah. He's mean like that. I went this whole day without coughing, and then I started drinking beer, and I'm coughing. I'm sure they're not related. Better not be.
Like I still feel like this is too bright, but if I were to go to what would be dim enough, it feels like it'd be too dim. Like I'm in a weird like middle ground of, it's probably that the ground is too bright specifically.
Oh, Guzzleman.
Horse confirmed. Horse confirmed.
You look so
I saw
epic
pictures
now.
of you. You look like a kid who would be get bullied. Oh yeah, I remember
Mhm.
that. I never called out actually that last dehydrate. What's that? I mean, got another drink, but I didn't actually drink it. Yeah, cheers, Nolan.
But you drank half of it. You're like, oh, I missed that dehydrate.
Doesn't count unless I say it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that right now, the ground is brighter than the rest, but I don't want to do an override at this point because, like, if I decrease the brightness and everything, it would include the trenches as well. So, that should be fine.
I've developed an allergy to beer. No.
I'll actually.
There's only one. Well, there's only one cure: is to drink more beer until I develop a resistance to beer.
So this is, I'm gonna guess, is the dried grass portion. Maybe the dirt actually be fine. The dried grass. Dried grass. 01D. No, non-alpha. That's this one. Okay, that's
Pretty
close.
cool, actually.
It's closer. I still think it's a bit dark, but
Well, it is complete cloud cover.
yeah, but and if it's close to rain, that kind of makes sense. And if there was a magic spell that went off and whatever, with these clouds specifically, this looks better. I still think it should be maybe a little brighter, but what the issue was, she wasn't very bright by comparison to the ground. Now I feel that they are both of equivalent light level, or at least close enough. I will use a negative light to at least try to enhance the area around them, because while there's light coming from all direction, it's still going to be reduced in certain areas around you, so it's going to be shadowy, even if it's not fully shadowed. The nice thing about this, though, is the actual trench is under a different texture, so that's why the ground got darker, but this part didn't. So it actually is kind of nice.
It's looking very gloomy. I like it.
I'm not a huge fan of clouds so far still, but what I want to try is, so I have this one. I know. I'm gonna find this. I think it's under Nary. Remember right, Nary did not do. Never mind. No, it was Nary. Oh, it was in the workshop. Okay.
No, I know it'd be a horrible parent Sunset, because if I like heard like a kid had an allergy to bees, I'd be like, well, we got to get that kid stung by more bees, so he'll build up a resistance to bee venom.
I think
then you might kill the kid in the process.
The reason I think you would be a bad parent is because they would be at that like age where you can be like, here's horse, and they'd be like, oh, horses are cool, and you'd be like, yes. And then they get older, and they're like 18, and you're still like, horse, and they're like, dad.
It's every parent.
I'm like 18 now, and like, you sit the fuck down, you take your horse.
Yes, but you love Mr. Fuzzy Bottoms.
Yes, you love Mr. Fuzzy Bottoms.
I loved Fuzzy Bottoms when I was 5.
You're gonna love him now.
Yes. You will take this from me.
I like, that's a good cloudy.
Yeah.
I like that cloudy. It's just called Sky Cloudy. That easy.
Yeah. And it's like the sad thing for all, like, as we get older, time definitely gets different in that it feels like things that happened 10 years ago, or it's last week. So for a kid to suddenly not like Mr. Fuzzy Bottoms and now be into like death metal bands and like pushing 17, you blink and it happens, and I can't.
You would
imagine. It's crazy.
You would be like Clockwork Pony.
Yeah.
You'd be like putting in front of the TV and like locking their eyes open.
Of course. That's what a good parent would do. In my brain. It
Yes.
feels like the background to a black and white noir film.
I can change the color.
Go back to the other one.
I'm trying to still work it in here. The smaller I make it, the better the quality and the better the perception of stuff.
Yeah.
But it'd be this one or this one.
I like that one more.
Like this one?
Yeah.
Like this one more. But also, I don't have the hills in the background. That would be breaking up the horizon. This also doesn't have the lights on.
Okay, with the lights off.
I don't have the lights on it specifically yet. Right now, it's just being lit by whatever the map lighting is. But if I were to... more specific lighting on just it. Ooh. You look careful though. This is passing through horse, and passing through horse means that this light is going to affect their eyes, because SFM has that weird glitch. The glitch ends up being beneficial in some ways, but then this is one of those situations that would be negative. Also, the min distance is probably not going to work actually it is kind of working. I'll leave it at that then.
There would be a period where no, these are it's like Will Ferrell in the Lego movie where these are daddy's toys, but it says ages 3 to 12. It's like, no, they have to put that on the box. Stay away from my ponies. Child. You'll ruin them with your snot nose. These are bats.
It does kind of look like bats, yeah. E.
E.
So see, this is the one thing I see as the benefit to doing these clouds, like the way I'm doing it, because I can light them specifically. So I can light it. Normally a cloud like this is going to be dark at a distance because you're getting more cloud sideways and brighter above. So this to me looks better. Plus then it lets me potentially even focus the lights down a little bit more. And this right now is also looking at it from the perspective of a camera that does not have a focal distance set, where normally I'd probably have a little bit of an aperture, focusing a little bit more towards you. Also right now they're very blue. Like for instance, if I were to take this light and, oh yeah, I was making it blue. If I were to remove some of that or, go like towards that, that looks pretty good. It's a little too even of lighting into the distance, but I can fix that like over time. So. Would probably work really well is, I wonder if that would work. I'll try some. We're going to do one, like, I'm going to call it like a master light over kind of everything. And it is going to need to be very bright. If for right now, get rid of these 4. All right, so then we need to get this, I'm going to guess up to like there. See if a single 10 times override is enough. Ooh. I went
yeah. Like you're just like, let's go do that thing you love. It's like, that was 5 years ago. No, that was yesterday. How dare you?
I was hoping it would get a bit more shadow.
Can't trust them kids. They're too flaky. It's like this week's fad is Digimon. About Digimon all the time.
Digimon's not been a fad for a very long time.
You like Digimon?
I love Digimon.
Yeah, see, clearly fad.
Not for, but I haven't like touched Digimon in.
Where'd you touch the Digimon?
Michael, don't get me asking you questions about horse. No, I haven't done anything Digimon related in many years. So I did when I was like maybe like a year ago, I did buy the full seasons 1 through 4 pack on DVD. They had a full collection. I do want to go back and rewatch them.
I didn't do anything Digimon except buy the entire show of Digimon.
I bought it because it was actually a pretty decent deal, but I haven't watched any of it. But
Why?
I've been busy watching other stuff. I've been to sci-fi right now, so I have been for a couple of years. But
you're into sci-fi operas,
space operas.
Space operas.
Space operas are great.
Yes, I agree. The Orville was good. I couldn't get into Battlestar.
I loved
Battleship
Battlestar.
Galactica.
Or yeah, Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it. I tried. I gave it a college try. I watched like the first season and a half.
I would consider that a good try. Probably more so than you probably really even needed to do if you were not enjoying it.
I got to where they looked like crash landed on the planet, and he started seeing Jesus, baby. But then I could just couldn't. I did the same with turtles. I got like a season in
Adam's Turtles.
Adam's Turtles. I was like, this is these guys just like beating up the poor people. And then occasionally Shredder.
So this does kind of work. My problem with using this method of lighting is you normally like get a pretty decent effect. So I have a single light that is lighting most of the above. That is this light. Everything else is just creating a little bit of filler. But because of that, I need to increase the radius because I want to try to spread the shadow out. That's why it actually looks pretty decent for the shadow underneath Rambo here. But if I go to some of these other objects, like this isn't going to have a good shadow on it because there's really nothing to it. A light coming straight down is not going to create a shadow, but it's easy to artificially create that. The trees might have some little bit. Yeah, not really. I just don't like it because to make a radius work, radius works by taking a light and then artificially creating variations of it that spread out from that point. But each of those lights is weaker than the previous. So it means that if you want to get the same effect, you have to jump the natural brightness up. But radius only is processed when it is in the processing mode. So right now in work mode, this isn't going to process radius. But if I switch over to have it processed, then it's going to look very different. Just going to make setting up a lot of these scenes harder, but it will make all the lighting below the horses look better because all of them are going to have this like nice darker, not too dark, but darker area. I can use a negative light, but since the ground's uneven, it's going to be difficult. It's just, this is a 100 times radius, which is, I don't know if I've used 100 times one before. But also I still feel like, this is like a little too bright going into the distance. It's not too hard to fix a transition for something like that, but it will require some hills. It's really, if you add in some hills that are, say half the brightness, and then another one behind it that's 3/4 the brightness, another one behind that is like 5 or like 7/8, just so that enough so that it kind of like filters into the distance, then you're usually fine.
I feel like if you put a lightning bolt in the background of the scene and then like a parental advisory on the front of it, it's just the Rainbow Dash like album cover, like what you would think would be a cool album cover.
Actually, I can put that sky way further back. It does kind of look like a cover for Creed.
Yeah.
Which
that's what the kind of music Rainbow Dash makes, apparently. It's about Celestia.
I believe they had like an album cover that almost looked just like that.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I know like Human Clay one, but that's not what I was thinking of. I'm thinking of a different band, I think.
It was very 90s, whatever it was.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from Creed for it. I swear, I know I've seen one just like it.
Something emo.
It wasn't Alter Bridge, which was just Creed like, after Scott Stepp left.
I'm just gonna type in.
We call it emo.
Up.
Oh, this camera's not in position. The worst I'm probably gonna do for a shot, I would say, is like probably like this. But this is probably the lowest I actually need to put the sky once I start adding in some like hills and stuff. I'm gonna save just in case I run across a crash model. That is, I mean, it's a hill, but those are so low poly. You're gonna see the edges. That's not too bad. This is really good. That's oh, these are actual skybox ones.
Adam's having fun.
You can hear him through the ventilation pipes. He just went like, yeah.
Yeah, I could hear him. He's loud.
See, like this would actually work really good.
It's very green.
It would.
Outside the battlefield, we were still pretty green.
I can remove the green.
No, I wouldn't.
It's more of when you mix it with the blue, it's gonna probably make it greener. The Starblade Space Battleship Yamato anime basically defines the space opera genre. It's have a ton of war metal. I can see Rima Dash wearing album with it. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever really watched any like anime that is space opera. I just really like hard space operas. So I'm a big fan of Expanse. I like Battlestar Galactica had some unrealism to it, but other than that, they did try to keep it sort of realistic. For All Mankind, I've really enjoying because that is 100% just real physics. But otherwise, I watched all of Stargate. I watched all of Farscape is on my list coming up. Foundation, that one's definitely not hard space. That one's just completely fantastical, but it's great.
The Who did a similar album cover.
I am planning to watch. I think my next one I was going to watch was Raised by Wolves. The next one I was going to watch.
I'm nearly finished with rewatching Samurai Jack. That was a lot of fun. I want season 4 of The Orville, but it's probably never going to happen. Probably.
Megard, please tell me at least I've seen the first heavy metal animated film.
No,
I don't think I have.
I've seen it, and it's novel. But I think it was a product of its time, and it had boobs in it, and boobs were really hard to see in the 80s.
Is that the one that had like a 2D hand-drawn like lady on the front with big boobs?
Probably.
I think so.
John Candy voiced a character in that.
I think I know what it is, but I don't think I've seen it.
It was a lot of like Blue Oyster Cult and music and stuff. I've seen it. It's okay. Like it was definitely like there's boobs in this movie and it's the 1980s. Those are really hard to see if you're a teenager. So I think that was part of what made it popular. Animation wise, it's actually really well done. Adult animations were kind of a rare thing in the 80s. It made a name for itself.
Being the first to do something, even poorly, you're the first to do it.
I wouldn't even say it was done poorly. It was just, I don't think it would be as popular today if it was released. Just because it's like, oh yeah, cool. Maybe.
Okay, so those mountains are going further into the distance. I kind of want to have them fade off in this. It's like right now they're already being hit by other lights, which I don't want to have happen. But that one should be easy enough to fix if it's this one that's hitting it.
That's the thing with heavy metal. It's just a bunch of
It is that number 5.
popular songs.
These hills might be a little too close. I do have some extra distance. I might try to take advantage of that. Basically, these layers need to be very thin. They're not supposed to be mountains. They're supposed to just be hills. That's why I think I might change this one.
Yeah, it was the opening theme to heavy metal was a guitar riff and song written by the lead singer of the Eagles. So yeah, it was good.
Well, the Eagles is hit or miss on who likes the Eagles.
You're gonna get in a fight.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying like not universally acclaimed by every single person.
No,
Not everybody is a fan of the Eagle.
it was a good song.
An analogy to the United States.
I don't know if that one fits. I don't think anybody outside the United States really likes the United States right now.
No, and the United States is the best.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this light's gonna have a little bit of issues because things are expanding out beyond that. But I might not be an issue. We'll see.
I didn't say it's sunset. It was him. You gotta fight him. Can't fight me. You fight him.
No, he's talking about this specific song. I'm not talking about a specific song. I'm talking about just the general likability of the band Eagles. So I think what might actually make
One of the few albums I have, the Eagles album.
this easier, this is one of those situations where a volumetric light is probably going to be better. Kind of. We're not using an actual map light, which means anything I do to overlay it will overlay on top of the clouds too. So we'll have to see how this turns out. There's the benefit of when you have a map light or a map actually having a sky dome that's built into it, into the actual skybox, that they ignore volumetric lights and some other types of lighting. So you can kind of do some overlaying and not have it affect it, but then you have to be careful on how that's done. So anyway, I think volumetric lights might, but you can do the built-in map fog. That's what I was thinking.
There's no denying the movie Heavy Metal had an amazing soundtrack. It was essentially one really long animated MTV music video, which was huge. 'Cause the 80s was like peak MTV.
Yeah, they definitely kept that ball rolling.
Yeah. I mean, people would stop. MTV would probably exist as an entity today if they had just left it music television. People would just tune into it like a radio station on their television.
But now they can just do YouTube. So why would they? Now you can go on YouTube and watch what you want.
For the same reason you turn on your FM radio station instead of always hooking up your phone. It's just easier.
Except for nobody does that anymore either.
I do that.
You're weird.
You don't listen to FM radio.
Only thing I listen to is in the morning. I have NPR turn on.
Yeah.
That is it.
Okay.
Otherwise, in my car, I don't listen to FM anymore. As soon as I had a radio that didn't do that, almost any car made in the last like 15 years has some kind of a plug-in and digital connection for something.
My car has Bluetooth, but I don't always care to set it up.
No, my car's Bluetooth isn't great, but I'm missing some invisibility here. Thick.
9Z listens to morning radio. Yes, I do too. Occasionally, I'll switch between like one radio station to listen to music and then NPR. I have this only 2 radios to do.
Yeah, I only have NPR
Depends
in the
on my
morning
mood.
because I find it a little easier to wake up if I have people talking instead of listening to music.
I just had a song scream at me saying, "If you don't wake up now, you're in trouble." And it goes off once, not 5 times.
I could probably shut that up, but now I feel like I'm too used to it. So
No.
if I go and change it, it's just gonna make it so I will never get up again.
You just set it to when you have to get up, and then you get up. Right.
No,
You get more sleep that way.
no,
So I did wake up this morning at like 6:45, and then I set my alarm at 6:45 to go off at 7:10.
Oh,
Because
so
I
you're
completely
just
forgot.
you're just doing what I do, but with extra steps.
I woke up like naturally, and then I woke up. I was like, "I set my alarm." I told it to set the alarm, and it did, which meant I didn't set the alarm. I could have overslept, but I went to bed early, so
See the skybox.
I got 8 hours last night.
Well, the skybox is not lit anymore because I moved it.
I have my little Google Home next to my bed, and that's my alarm clock. I pretty much just use it for as an alarm clock and to turn on and off the lights. I feel like it resents me because every once in a while, like, I can do other things. I'm like, stop talking. The knowledge of the whole world rests within me. I'm just like, set the alarm. Just,
You have one job.
yes, pass the butter.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, so what's one more? There's a lamp that's just too far behind my computer that I wouldn't be able to turn off on and off easily. It's either that or a clapper. And you know what? Sometimes I wish I had the clapper. Clap on, clap off. No. Those are popular still, I bet.
See, Michael, see, that kind of makes the mountains in the background.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm going to have to do separate lights to really have them separate. This is with one volumetric, and I don't think it's quite doing what I wanted to do.
How can you make this battle like super cute?
Mooches.
Yeah. But like maybe they could have a pillow fight on the battlefield with the zebras. And then they just like they have like their girly giggles the whole time. And then they smooth. Pillow fight first. Because that's what all pillow fights lead to, girls' sleepovers in my head. It's like they pillow fight and then they smooch. Right? Pretty sure. Those college parties.
I don't think you were invited to any of them.
I was not. But there's still a chance, right? Maybe. Like, that guy looks cool as I walk by a college campus. I'm like, me? And they'd be like, yeah. You want to come to our party? I'm like, yeah, I do. And they murder me because that's the only way that scenario plays.
They were looking for a homeless guy.
Yeah, just to like sacrifice to their like
College gods.
college gods.
Like, we must pray for A pluses.
Like, I thought this was gonna be beer and cute ladies, cute college girls. Like, dude, you're like 40. That's not happening. This was clearly what was gonna happen all along. Like, oh, Darn it.
Not again.
Oh, rough out there, I tell you.
Yeah, you in your near 40s trying to get them college girls.
Maybe. What? It happened. A house is a thing. Magazine has stories in it.
Michael,
What?
nobody reads magazines anymore.
How dare you?
Do you still have a subscription I'm unaware of?
It'd be the last one if I did. We have a single subscriber. Wasn't that the thing when Hugh Hefner near death was trying to just find like a investor to come live with him in his mansion because he couldn't afford it anymore, but he didn't want to lose it, so he's like, just buy my mansion. Just the only stipulation is I get to live here till I die. I think somebody did. And Hugh Hefner just kind of waddled around in the background of their new mansion.
I feel like that kind of works, but
Like he probably didn't invest his money well.
Hugh Hefner?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because he was losing his house towards the end of his life.
Well, it's because nobody was buying Maybe you needed to
Yeah,
buy
but he could
more
have diversed
porn.
his money. Yeah, well.
I don't think that like Hugh Hefner was gonna like put himself into like a sovereign wealth fund
Well, no,
for
no.
porn.
I mean, he had a ton of money. You reinvested like Shaq did, and then you own a bunch of staples.
I don't think I want Hugh Hefner buying staples.
No, Shaq.
What would
that's
he buy?
Shaq's.
What would he buy? Like ranches.
Yeah,
You buy ranches so you can have all the milk.
yeah.
That would definitely
Get
kind of work
weird.
with his MO.
Do you want to buy Playboy milk?
Hugh Hefner milk, yeah.
You
The
the heifer milk.
Heifer from the heifers. Hefner heifers.
Oh.
So I'm putting
I don't want to think about milking Hugh Hefner, but now I am.
nope, too late.
No.
I was a little worried about the detail on these because you can see kind of like some of the little graininess on this. But if I put like a layer a little further back like this, it actually does kind of let it blend in with the background with the detail. So I'm kind of okay with that.
No, cats can understand everything you're saying. They just don't care about any of it.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, they don't care. If you think they care, they don't care. Do you have food? Then they care.
I was watching a video. They had a cat that was like, they were just going through and saying different foods, and they're
Mhm.
like broccoli, carrots, like, and then like it go blah blah, and then she chicken, and their face went wah.
I don't hate cats.
You did kind of say earlier.
I'm just
that you don't like
very
cats.
dismissive of cats. It's not the same. I just don't have that brain parasite yet. Maybe it'll get me eventually. Oh. Cat. The moment I evolve opposable thumbs. Yes. Will murder us all. I trust you. I am as indifferent of cats as they are indifferent of me. It's just simply they carry the same attitude towards cats that they carry towards everything. And I think that's fair. Yes, but they're all cats. Like maybe all giraffes aren't the same, but they're still all just giraffes doing giraffe stuff. Which I learned recently is mostly just hanging out with other men giraffes, lady giraffes.
What about you and your capture giraffes?
Capture giraffes?
Captcha
Captcha?
from Split Fiction.
Oh yeah.
The still in front of this.
Like you're like putting Reese cup wrappers all over the place.
So this really helped create a nice transition here, but I think what I'm going to have to do is add a bit more of that same ground a little bit closer. This one. Just extend it a little bit and go up a little bit because it just ends a little quick. I don't mind that. I want there to be a gap so that the volumetric kicks in, but I want there to be to where you can't see there, and this didn't feel like it was covering the area well enough.
This is hello, Sir Edward.
Is this a new we're
new
working
scene
on
build.
doing the mega spell from Fallout Equestria.
The healing one specifically.
So this is closer to what it would actually
First to make
and that actually looks decent. I think the only thing that bugs me right now is that everything looks flat here and then it kind of feels like it droops this direction. I probably will add something to fill in this little gap right here at some point, because that's not a cliff. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere. And I also feel like I'm missing a layer. I think what I'm going to need to do is the volumetric light that I have right now is a single volumetric light. If I were to do like multiple layers of volumetric light that were very thin and at different brightnesses, I can probably get those different layers of mountains to stand out more from each other. Right now it's not, but it gives the general idea as to what we're doing. But then the question is, if I'm down, yeah. Camera's down here. How does this look? Fine. And then if we were to have the camera come up to here and kind of do like this thing, I got to like here. That would also still have to play a little bit over here. I'll definitely clean it up a little bit to refine at the edges, but at least the idea is working. Explosion, perhaps you should hide Derpy in this instead of your OC. Oh, I can hide Derpy in the explosion.
No, she's not in this fight, I don't think.
Well, she was the center of the mega spell.
Well, later.
She used her life to give life to everybody.
She is in the center. She is a mega spell later in the book.
No, but she's like in here. She dies there.
No.
But then she comes back because cuteness.
Yeah. She's saved by cuteness. Of course. Sadly, no fever.
No,
Wow.
Howdy, Sir Edward. Michael has become a cultural heretic. I'm hoping it's just due to a high fever. Sadly.
Cultural heretic? In what sense? Because of the cat thing? I don't hate cats. I just am wildly indifferent to them, and apparently that is sin.
I don't hate cats. I just hate on them.
No, I don't. I just don't worship the ground they walk on.
You had to like think on there.
They're just cats. Like squirrels are just squirrels, or whatever.
Horses are just horses.
No, that's different. I don't hate freaking like. Actually, I like the rabbits outside. The rabbits are
Better marshmallows.
good.
I didn't.
Specifically, you.
No, I think Giz did.
Did I cross the cats? Don't cross the cats.
Doing this camera angle is going to be a little rough because I need to get this dirt to fill in here.
What's up?
Thank you, Jelly, for 26 months and Derpy with her double subs that Michael apparently thinks Derpy does not deserve.
I don't. I think she should have a choice. Is all.
Michael said specifically, Derpy needs to have those subs taken away.
These are subs. Those are delicious subs. It's just that I think the other animation doesn't get much use now.
Oh, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same animation, but just with more sandwich.
Yeah,
It's like if I were to tell you, Michael, this animation has one sock in it, and then I was made another animation with 2 socks in it. You wouldn't be like, we should go back and just do more of the one sock.
One sock would be pretty cute. This is like, where'd the other sock go?
No, she never had it. It wasn't done yet.
Took off the sock.
No, it's progression. She's working on the other sock.
Well, that's also cute. The stories are being told through the sock.
I get this dirt in here, but I can't. I need to have it so it actually fills up that whole bottom area. But it's a little wider than the rest, so that work?
And to answer your question, I am feeling better, but my throat is still rather raw. I do feel like I'm talking too much, probably, again. But
Yeah, it didn't go poorly for you before.
yeah, there was more than that going on that night.
Okay. Trench walls. This is gonna be. I'm gonna get rid of the dome. I'm gonna keep what I got. This is gonna be. I'm just gonna call this skybox. We're going to add some of the extra details here because, like we mentioned before, like boards and whatever.
What was that?
You know what that was. I love.
see it.
I could skip through like this, and you would find the horse in there and go, "We need to stop."
Stop! There's a horse. There's not a big pip. There's a horse. I guess.
Only got 3 legs.
Is that horse?
There's a moo.
Back to move it, move it.
Those are decent. Looking for something a little bit more like rotted. That's pretty good.
It's a board?
It's got the level of detail on it. How does it look in this
I
light?
thought you were looking for more of a log, though.
No, these are going to be the boards to go up against the wall.
Okay. They came prepared.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. Oh, if anything, I might... Because it really matches that brown. I don't know if it's going to... it should be fine. But I do want to get rid of this level of detail. The bit where as you get close to this edge that you can see it kind of blurs. I don't want that.
On the movie Heavy Metal? No, it was his heresy. He said, I forget you here. I liked.
I said
Heavy
nothing about
Metal.
the movie.
You didn't. I didn't think it was a bad movie. I just think it was.
You're the one calling it trash.
No, it's a good.
You said it was trash.
It's not trash.
You definitely said it.
It is an amazing. It has an amazing soundtrack, and I love bits and pieces of it. But it definitely wouldn't be as big if it was released now, because one of the big things that attracted people to it was the MTV culture at the time, and the fact that it had pornography in it, when pornography, especially in a film, was immensely rare.
See, hates it. All right, so now I want to see if you can see the detail change. So this is the detail at this edge right now.
If I saw it at like a thrift store, I would pick it up with a Plex.
It's improved. A little better when you're at a distance, maintaining that detail. Not a big fan of how dark the one edge is, but manage.
I feel like there's gonna be a show like, and Michael hates everything, and just it opens with me going, "I don't know. I just maybe don't like everything."
That means you hate
It's
everything.
not the same.
This is America, Michael. If you don't absolutely love it and cherish it and like walk among like on water for it,
Yeah,
you absolutely hate it and you need to be ostracized.
exactly.
I do have a bit of booze left. Not getting any more after this though, so cheers, Noah. I have had a lot of booze.
I don't remember any ponies, period, Sunset. I finished reading the rest of the sentence. I was like, no. No, it did not.
The drinking water though. Your jelly. So the one problem I have with the boards here is that ground bit is very visible through that. I feel like if I'm going to put the boards there, they're going to have to overlap in such a way that you can't see the background. And kind of careful on this. It's a little weird because they're rotating from a far point.
I'm joking. That would have been made epic instead of just legend way before its time. Yes. Been different.
Have to rotate it because otherwise you can see the fact that the texture is the same on all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna guess that they wouldn't just put that there. They'd probably put some like support beams down to the ground here.
They would be holding it up with piles driven in,
Yeah, that's what I'm
like
thinking
either
about.
metal or wood piles. There wouldn't be boards.
They wouldn't use metal.
Well, it wouldn't just be boards either. It'd be some sort of
You're talking about optimal. We're talking war. In
I
war, if there's a hole, you're gonna use what you have to make it work.
I guess you could have that, but you would probably just use posts.
But that involves you having a post. Again, this is war.
Well, they have boards. Why don't they have posts?
Well, what's the difference?
One's basically circular and drives into the ground.
Yeah, but then you to drive a post, you have to have a device, something that would drive the
Sledgehammer.
post. Yes.
They
They're
don't have any
they
sledgehammers.
no, they gave it to the mayors.
Well, they should, because they should have all the things.
It's for the kinky things.
Stallions shouldn't even be allowed in the
In war?
no, in the trenches.
Oh. Because then they get involved with the smooches?
Well, they might smooch down there. Best put them up top. Line of fire.
This feels like the South Park skit with
No.
like Chef. Like, why are we on the front lines?
Yes. For the stallions up front.
Like, but we don't even have guns.
Yeah. Operation Human Shield. Yeah.
Zap Brannigan strategy.
Yes.
Start with the stallions, though.
Mm-hmm.
The other question is barbed wire.
No, that are the good cuts.
It's for, you know, it's cuteness wire.
Oh, okay.
This is razor wire.
No, you said cuteness wire.
This is-
The hell? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it very cute.
Well, you know what this? No, you know what this is?
Mm.
It's for protecting the mares.
No, that's a good point.
You gotta keep this. You throw the stallions up there, and then they go like rolling in the razor wire, and then
Yep.
they're gone.
Razor wire just makes cute cubes of ponies. Nice key. Of all people. No. You're violent.
Cool.
He's shooting it. She's got superpowers. What's your superpower? I fire razor wire from my head. That's terrifying.
My mother didn't survive birth.
I can't imagine she did. Oh. New spell, 1,000 die. Fun. I'm like a spider, but my web is razor wire. That rhymes. Song.
Well, how does that? Like the part? Oh.
Yeah. It's like pretty messy.
Because if I remember right, the barbed wire is usually put above the land wherever you expect the enemy to attempt to like walk or cross.
They just put it everywhere, and just everywhere.
It was yeah. It's about slowing down the enemy.
Yeah.
That's why like areas that they had to like do trench warfare in,
Mm-hmm.
like
The cleanup probably took a while.
yeah. Well, not only that, it's barbed wire, but what else is out there?
Mines.
Yes, the mines are probably the worst part. Barbed wire you can see.
Yeah. I prefer Taco Bell. Has the same effect. What else is out there? Michael's everywhere. Beware. Michael's everywhere. That could be fun. I could win so many arguments if there's just more of me. That's all I need is clones, a clone army. Then people will know
Yes. You want to be president? Yes, it's easy. Just make enough clones to fill the country.
Yes. New law. The peanut butter and ramen together is the best food. Everyone agrees. Isn't that right, everyone? We sure do. Just thousands of Michaels.
This razor wire, as you can barely see it. But I feel like that's kind of the point of razor wire. But I also want to add grass and other rocks, and there's a lot of other stuff to add here. Where did I fill in a look out there? But it's getting there.
It is.
Add some razor wire.
You got 3 minutes. Make the horses smooch. Get that other blue one in the background over there. No, not the ground.
Mother Earth. Oh, Mother Earth.
Oh, wow.
No smooching.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no. You stop this. No, don't smooch the razor wire.
Michael, but where'd you go? She's kind of into it. Like, oh.
Don't get cuts.
But then. No, she's just extra into it.
Yeah, she's like, actually, I'm a masochist. This is good for. I married. No wonder she married Applejack.
Not in Fall Equestria. She didn't get married in Fall Equestria.
No. Too busy fighting a war.
Yeah, she was busy murdering. You know, look at you, you murderer Horace. Look at you.
I think she is the only one of the main 6 who fought on the front lines.
Because that was the whole Ministry of Awesome thing, wasn't it?
Kinda. It was more that was what
she was subterfuge.
Yeah.
She was spying and
it was
doing the awesome
mostly
stuff.
They fought on the front lines, but that was just mostly to cover up the other stuff they were actually doing, the bigger stuff.
Yeah.
But her primary thing was subterfuge, yeah. That's when, like, the other ministry mayors would be like, she doesn't actually do anything. And it's like, no, she's doing a lot. I think the only ones who knew what she was actually doing was Luna. And I think Rarity.
Well, yeah, I can
she
see
had to
Rarity
know.
definitely knowing. She's got her little tendrils and everything.
Yeah, she was kind of connected to all the other ministries in some
Fashion.
Ooh.
That was kind of her idea, though. Her thing was everybody else does things that might be morally unacceptable, and she's to make it look right.
Yeah,
she's the Ministry of Propaganda.
She was the Ministry of Image, yeah, which was propaganda.
Yeah. Just as a nitpick, I think it would have been barbed wire instead of razor wire. Probably.
I think both are fine.
No, if for what this era would have been in technology, barbed wire probably would make more sense. But
yeah, it's splitting hairs.
The thing is, well, for one, this is called barbed wire. But whether or not we have barbed wire
it would
itself,
probably be the one with the stakes.
because, well, yeah. So this is called fence razor wire, and then calls it barbed wire. But I don't think we have just barbed wire.
If you go all the way to the top, right there, that's what you would see on a battlefield like this in this day and age. Is that?
Yeah, but that, I mean, they actually have the wood thing. Somebody had to put those
Yeah.
down. Or current ones, you can just kind of throw it.
Well, now, but back during the First World War, those things were to be thrown. You threw it from the X's.
Yeah, like this one's probably also useful. Bet you this is like barbed wire, but I can't use it because it's pretty specific to this angle.
It's a fence.
And it's only one. Yeah,
It's
this
a
is,
fence.
this is for keeping them cows in.
You know.
Which, yeah, this is barely barbed. This is, if this is a barbed fence, it's not really going to keep anybody out. The barbs are a little spaced out.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
there's
to keep
none on the top there.
Keep the cows in. You get poked by it and back off.
The Germans use stamped razors on wire due to a shortage of the same lead wire. I just said some history research, and razor wire was around in World War One. I'm guessing that razor wire was around, but I'm guessing maybe not as common.
I don't know. Razor blades have been a thing for a long time.
Yeah. Anyways, we're done for now.
My throat is grateful.
Who's on right now? Imperial Bar at home. Frick you, autocorrect. Yeah, frick you. Star Song and Fat. Oh, they're doing some Dark Tide. That's just the developers. They had a big update recently.
Oh. You can either do that Pony Person or Pony Roulette.
And they had the update where you can do multi-frame gen in that game now.
Okay.
For 50 series graphic cards. So like the 4X or whatever. But whatever. But yeah, there's only one pony. We haven't actually done Star Song for a little bit, so we can head over there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, like that's cute. John Cena?
No, John Cena's not that cute.
I mean, John Cena not cool. Why is this cool?
No, that's pretty cool.
It's because she's like, I don't know how fit her hooves down there, but okay.
Cute.
Let's see where we're going. Here we go. We go broke using it in all the comments. But cringe.
But cringe? That's not cringe.
But cringe. Wins. Whatever. Credits. Anyways, we'll be back Sunday. I think I was looking at somebody else on my friends list that finished Split Fiction based on an achievement, and my guess is they finished it in about 12 hours, 12 to 12 and a half. So if we're doing the same, that's 4 hours from where we are now.
Okay.
So there's a good chance we'll be able to finish it next stream if we move at a decent pace. Anyways, thank you to You Have Salty Attitude for the follow. Thank you to Legendary Jolly, Scratchwub, and Soul Kitty for the resubs. And we'll be back Sunday. And Michael will be back Monday. And then I'll be back Tuesday. And she'll be back now for the cookie.
The cookies. It's just. Oh, horsey horse time. Always fun.
Oh, and then we have to. It's, well, it's only next Friday we have a stream, but then the Friday after we don't because we're in San Francisco.
Yep, for Babs.
Yeah.
Go to Babs.
Argue and Michael can finish the game in time. You two are very good at teamwork. Yes, that's why I'm not sure.
Definitely won't murder each other 1,000 times.
All right. But I'll see you guys Sunday or Tuesday, and have a good one.